but
Yeah, we'll do it alphabetically. So we're on the same page on how we're gonna rank them.
yeah,
The way that I have it, so I thought of 3 different archetypes for like the win condition
sure.
for each champion. Fighters, kiters, and stallers. Fighters
Yeah,
being the ones that want the fight to be over before overtime starts.
yeah.
Kiters wanting to poke you out to low health before overtime starts and then finishing in overtime.
Yeah.
And then
And stallers are
stallers
just doing
get to
nothing for as long as
overtime. Yeah.
possible.
Ignore you as long as possible.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then the criteria would be how good they are at their role, how good they are at, like changing their role, because some people start as fighters and then switch to kiters depending on who they're playing against.
Yeah.
How reliant they are on good augments, and how consistent they are with and against a multitude of teams.
Okay.
So how consistent they are. So that'll be the criteria. And let's just get started right away with Aatrox.
I mean, I think he's probably A tier for like just basic fighter champs, right? Like,
Yeah,
um,
I want to add. Let's do like SSS and then like A plus and
yeah,
then A. And then I want an F tier because I'm gonna add motherfuckers to F tier for sure.
real. Um,
I think he's good.
I think he's good. I think he's very good. I don't think he's good enough to break into S tier.
I
Or
think he's like an. I think he's a pretty competent A plus.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. With A plus being like making that a thing, I think that makes sense for him.
Right.
Um, but no, I don't think he's. There's too many matchups that are really hard for him to play. He can definitely get screwed. I don't think he's like super augment dependent, but you can definitely get screwed on augments. Um, uh, there's just a lot of situations where it just doesn't feel great, but there's not very many situations where it feels like terrible to be playing Aatrox. So
Damn,
Right.
I'm such a bozo.
I would fully agree. I think he's one of the few that isn't that reliant on augments at all. I don't think he needs
no,
great ones to do his job very well. He can get
no,
okay
yeah, I
ones
agree.
and completely shine with his ultimate
Yeah,
just being very
yeah,
very good against like 90% of the cast.
yeah.
It's
The
just the
only
10%
issue,
that kills him.
yeah, the real issue with Aatrox is he doesn't really have anything against stall comps because it's
Right.
really easy to stall him out, and effective kiting comps are also still going to be able to probably
Run
just
him around.
outlast him and run him around.
Yeah.
But if you're able to actually like get a fight off from even footing with Aatrox, you're looking good.
For sure. Easy enough. A tier.
Yeah.
Ahri. Um,
F or D.
F or
I think
D.
she's awful.
I'll
I
leave
don't
it
know
up to
about.
you because I was already hovering F and D. I think
I mean,
she's
how bad is F tier? Like,
F
like,
tier
like,
is
like.
like completely useless. Never pick it in any situation, even if you like the champ.
Okay, okay.
I think
I
in
think she's.
like
I
2
don't think she's F tier
situations.
then.
Yeah.
I think she's Z tier. Because that makes it like, yeah. I think F tier is literally like the 5 worst champions in the game mode, and I don't think Ari's that bad. I think she's really bad. I think she doesn't. There's not really any situation where she offers something that a different champion can't do better. Um,
That's
but like,
Much better.
yeah, like her damage output is so negligible. Her setup is like the reasons she's good in normal game modes just don't apply. Like she's normally good because like pushing roam techniques and like good setup from out of vision into like having like a bursty jungler or someone with you to Oko someone. Like you're never going to be in a situation unless the enemy team is so split for some reason that you can actually do that. That's never going to be that
I
useful.
feel like she could be entirely reliant on augments because I feel like you could get some goofy stuff, but even
No,
so,
that's
Ah,
that's the issue.
even
I think is she none
even
of the
yeah, there's not
augments
that
feel
many
good
arms that
on
are.
her.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
Most of
feel
them
like
are
if you
shit.
got
Which
I
one?
think if you got like the double ult and infinitely stacking burn, it could be
uh,
funny. But even
double
so,
ults. Even then, like your damage output is so slow. Yeah, you're not gonna
also I
die. But like,
just
what are you
don't.
gonna do?
Yeah.
Also, I just don't know how double ult works for her. I'd assume it would be after all the stacks, but it
It's
could
after the
just be.
stacks end, but
Yeah,
you can't
which
end
is
it
really bad.
prematurely. Is
Yeah,
it's terrible on her because she has to wait out the entire duration to do it again.
Yeah, no, that sounds
No,
terrible.
you just. Oh wait. Oh yeah, you
It
do.
There's the
doesn't
time
end.
after where you
Yeah.
can get a
Oh
kill.
yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot that it has like the period after you use all 3 that you can
yeah,
get the resets on.
And
yep,
she doesn't
yep,
have
yep.
consistent damage to consistently
No,
proc the infinite burn
no.
either.
The
So
the
even with like her
only
best augment, she's okay
the,
at
the
best.
only good arguments for her, obviously JG, good for any spell casting champion, right?
Mm.
Um, and the stacking ability haste is the only other one that really seems good for her. Like everything else just doesn't seem that useful. Earthquake, it may be, but like,
She uses it 3 times compared to like everyone
yeah,
else.
yeah,
But,
even that, it's like,
yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I think she's really terrible.
very
All
bad.
right, Akali, also very bad. Um,
I don't have as much research with her because we played Akali also pre-patch, and I don't have the footage of that.
we
Um,
did, but we've also played into a fair number of Akalis, and I've literally never seen that champion look useful in this game mode. Um,
the fact that I can't
the
remember one is probably telling.
Yeah, the most useful Akali I've seen in this game mode was a demonic embrace Akali who got the the stacking burn when people are near you,
Uh-huh.
and she just built like Bruiser and just like basically didn't do anything but like not die and slowly burn you down. And that was like, well, you're just playing a much worse Singe, you know, like,
Right.
um, um. So I think she's honestly probably D tier as well, but higher than Ahri. I think she's definitely better than Ahri, but I don't think she's much better than Ahri. I think she has more potential to get goofy with like ideal
Augments.
augments,
Yeah.
and also matchups. There are definitely some matchups where she will just win, but
Yeah.
those are like the champions that aren't as commonly played in this game mode, so
And
kind of
probably aren't
tough.
as good.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
Akshan, I think he's
Akshan.
actually good.
I agree. I was gonna say I think he's solid.
I think despite having 3 abilities that are actually useless,
Yeah, no, his
his
ult is
passive
sticky.
is good enough
Yeah, well,
to
and his
just
damage
kind of
output, yeah,
to
his damage
push him
output is
over the
really
edge.
good. If you just play him with someone that can help him kite back and like slowly whittle people down, I think he can be very solid. He's definitely matchup dependent. Um, there's enough augments that are good for him that I don't think he's super augment dependent. I think he's just solid. I don't think it's anything crazy though. I think he's probably like
I
B
was gonna
tier.
put like high B, low A.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that sounds
I think
exactly right to me.
he's super usable.
Oh
If
yeah,
you're
yeah, no,
dealing with
definitely.
double rushdown, he's one of the few ADCs I think can get himself out of the situation.
Yeah, yeah,
He would
yeah,
just rather not.
yeah, yep, yep.
He
But
could
Um,
run into some issues with like map terrain.
I
I feel
think
like you could get screwed over by like what
he
map you're on a little
he
bit with the
really
Z.
could, but I think you really just wouldn't put yourself in situations where the
Yep.
map would
yeah.
kill you as bad as it does.
The really awkward thing for him is that he's really bad. You really want to fight with him when you have as much space to work with as possible, but you don't want to be running into people. So like you
Right.
want people to come to you when the circle is big, and if people just kind of don't let you poke them down and wait for the space to get smaller, they can get on top of you and lock you down and kill you. And there's not a ton you can do about that, you know?
Definitely suffers against
Uh,
like the scalings.
yeah, yeah, but I think B tier is makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense. Allister, I think it has to be S tier, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, there's not really
Dragon
much
S.
else to be said. Super good.
Flat
That's
damage
it.
reduction, push people into the
Yep,
overtime. We know what's up.
yep, yep. Yeah, he works with every comp, like
Literally
literally.
every person.
Yeah, like you want to play slow fights? Perfect. You have an Alistair to help you peel. You want to play quick engage fights? Perfect. You have an Alistair to help you engage. You want to stall till the very end? Perfect. You have an Alistair with flat damage reduction that can push people out of the circle. Like,
He does everything extremely well.
yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep. All right,
Amumu,
Amumu. Also, I think really good.
I would also put him in S.
I agree, but lower than Alistair.
Lower than
I
Allister
think.
for sure. But I think having 2 Qs and then an AoE ult that you only have
Yep,
to hit on 2 people,
yep, yep,
invaluable. And then he
yep.
also, unlike Alistar, he actually has just consistent damage on his own. So even in a lot of
Yeah.
1v1s, he can just kind of
No,
exist
no.
next to the person.
He's super solid. I think the only real weakness of Amumu is he can't really do anything into like pure stall comps, like Heimerdinger, Teemo, Shaco. If they don't let him get a Q on them early, like you're just kind of screwed. Um,
Yeah.
unless you have like one shot pressure and you can ult like R flash one shot them.
If he's
But
playing with someone that can jump in with him.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
exactly.
he is still very good into those comps. He does. I think he does a lot more than most champions into those comps. Unless
I agree, but I
Heimerdink's
think
he's
that's
like
like
holding a
his.
turret or something.
Yeah, yeah, but I think that's like his only weakness, and it's not like a big weakness. So
Yeah.
I think he's super good.
Yep.
Anivia, uh, I mean, I think she's really bad.
I already wrote the paragraph on her. I think this. I think she's average. I thought for sure that like the
Really?
wall and the zone control would be good.
Yeah, me
I
too. But then
I
whenever I
just
see
think
it,
she
it just doesn't
doesn't.
actually feel that useful. Because the thing that makes her bad is that she's really good at stalling out. Like she's really good at whittling people down and like not letting them fight her. But that doesn't actually help her because as the circle gets smaller, like the space for you to play in also like gets so much smaller, and then people are just going to be on top of you. And when you're Anivia and people are on top of you, you're dead. You know, like
That's
Yeah,
actually
no.
that's like exactly what I wrote.
Yeah, no. Oops, sorry. The character has a dash. The wall did nothing.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
like
the thing.
it's
Also, I feel like if you want to stall out, you kind of have to go like a beefier build a little bit, kind of. But then you have no
yeah.
damage, so when the circle
And
does get smaller,
again, like
Yeah.
one of our criteria being how they compare to champions that play similarly. If you want to compare to other stall champions, she's so much worse. Like it's not even comparable. Like compare her to the big three stall champs, Timo, Heimdinger, Shaco. I mean, it's just so
yeah, no.
horrendously
Oops, I
worse.
went invisible. You can't hit me.
Yeah, like
Oops, I'm walking
uh,
around in my turrets. You're taking 1 billion damage, and I threw down a big turret, or you're stunned.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
that is exactly right. I think
yeah.
I wouldn't put her near like D
No,
tier. I would put her like high
I'd put her
C, low
C tier.
B. Because
I
if yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it depends, I guess, how many champions are in C tier, but I picture her more like mid C tier.
We can move them around
Um,
as the tier list goes.
but I think C tier definitely is where she belongs. Um,
I think if it's not stall comps, she still suffers against bruisers. I think
yep.
her real like shtick is that she kind of shits on frontline backline comps because they can't
Yeah.
get to
Oh
her.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then that's the real advantage when the ring closes. She just presses
Yep.
Q in this tiny
Yep.
line
Yep.
and then
Yep.
just ease the back
Yep.
line.
Yep. Yep.
But other
Yep.
than that, I think she's okay ish.
Yeah. Yep. I'm with you. Okay, Annie. I think Annie's really good. I think Annie's really really good.
I would put her in easy yes.
Yeah, I was thinking A plus S tier.
I'm surprised at how fucking annoying the bear actually is.
Dude, it's
Yeah,
so
oops.
so obnoxious.
Infinite stacking burn, sorry.
Yeah, when there's it's
It
just
don't
it's
even
so
really need that,
terrible.
I'd imagine. But
No, you really don't.
No, you don't.
yeah,
Because
no, the character also just has big burst.
Well, and
I think the burst is
her
like
kite value
okay.
is really good. The
The kite
burst is
value is good.
good.
Yeah.
The bear is so obnoxious in this game mode because it's just it like
You literally
when you're
can't get
playing the
away from
game,
it.
you're thinking about how to play out these fights, right? And so you're only thinking about like how do we engage onto what champion, who are we focusing out, or how are we kiting out, or whatever. You know, like you're thinking about how you interact with the two champions in front of you, with you and your other teammate, right? And then like while you're trying to play out that fight, there's just this bear hitting you the entire time, and it's so annoying, and it's blocking spells, and but it's so difficult to actually take care of because it has so much HP. It's such a pain.
And she can put a shield on herself,
Right.
Yeah,
and it
yeah,
gets faster,
It's
and it
both.
also gets a shield.
and the shield has damage reflect back to you when you hit it. Like it's so stupid.
Right. I
Um,
I think this bear is
yeah,
a huge catch-22 because you can't kill it because there's an Annie
yeah,
standing behind it with a point
yep,
and click
yep,
CC.
yep,
You can't run away from it because there's an Annie standing behind it with a
yep,
shield that's
yep,
giving it
yep,
movement speed. And you can't kill the Annie because if you do, you now have to deal with her teammate who's standing right next to her, and then
And
this
the bear
enraged
going berserk.
bear
yep,
slapping the
Yeah.
shit
yep,
out of you.
yep. Yeah, it's really crazy good. All right, Aphelios.
I'm gonna move her. I think she's better than that.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Aphelios, I mean, I think he's really bad.
The nerf to where he can't switch
Cycle,
guns.
yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah,
can't cycle guns in the loading screen. I think absolutely threw him off his fucking game.
yeah.
Uh,
I think I don't think he's F tier for sure. I think
he's nowhere
he's
near. I think he's like D or
I
low C, high D because he
I
does
yeah I
nothing
yeah
that every single other ADC
yep
does, just
yep
better now.
yep. I was thinking same. Low C, high D. I think the only advantage he has is I think with like if you get really lucky with augments, he can definitely go really crazy. Just like his potential damage output is insane, but like that's just pure luck, you know?
Yeah, I think
Uh,
the amount of either forward thinking you have to like empty your guns in the round before, or the just straight up luck
yeah,
to where you have the right guns for the right situation is way too much, and is
yeah,
the only
yeah.
ADC that has to care about
Yep,
something as
yep, yep,
menial as that.
yep. I think honestly, I kind of wish they changed it back because I think it's
I
actually not.
I
I
would
think it's
agree.
not bad if he can cycle guns, and I
Yeah,
think it makes him playable because then you can actually have the right guns for the right fights, which most of the time is going to be red white or green white, right? But
yeah.
like there are definitely some fights where you want blue or purple, and I think it's just better if you have more control over that. Uh, and not being able to do that is really, really unfortunate.
Yeah. I think I can see it going to an extreme point where someone goes into a fight with like, let's say like 9 bullets on grab, and then
Yeah,
just grabs immediately, gets a new gun, and then combos with 3 guns instead of 2, and maybe 4 or some shit like that. I just don't think.
yeah.
I think
You
a
could,
majority of non-Aphelios players aren't gonna get that good at playing
yeah,
Aphelios in this mode.
yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But that is true. I hadn't even thought about the potential of like three comboing like that,
Yeah,
which like really skilled Phillies players definitely would do, and that would
I
maybe
yeah.
make him a bit too goofy.
I think
But
a skilled Aphelios with the previous one would be like maybe the best character in the game. But other than
yeah,
that, if I'm not
yeah,
like LCS sneaky or some shit,
real.
I
Um,
can't do it.
no, yeah. Ashe. I think Ashe is solid. I think she's good. I think she's I think she's high B, low A. I don't think she's insane. I think she's just good.
I would rather put her in B. I don't think she's A tier because I just don't think she brings enough
Yes.
damage to the table.
Yeah.
She's
I think that's totally
annoying.
fair. I think that
Yeah,
is her big issue is she doesn't have enough damage. You definitely have to play her with a secondary damage threat. Which
you also
typically is
kind
going to
of
make your
need
team
like
really squishy, which is scary in this game mode.
Right. You could run a
Um,
bruiser, I think, but then if you're running
yeah,
a
you can.
bruiser that doesn't have good peel, then they just
Yeah,
focused
yeah,
her,
yeah.
so
You need
she
to
has
run
to go
like
in overtime
yeah.
or
It
kill
has
you
to be
early.
like like Ash Riven or Ash Jax or Ash Aatrox or something like a bruiser that can really take
do
use
damage.
of her, well, really deal damage and survive a long time by themselves without any help, and really take use of her slowing and stuff like that. Um,
I feel like she's also probably a bit reliant on augments, not
She
like
needs,
fully, but
yeah, I would agree.
yeah,
I feel like she does need scoped weapons and ideally like I don't know
I
if tap
I
dancing
don't
is
think
the
she
movement speed
needs.
one, but
Yeah, I don't know if she needs both of them, but I think she needs at
I
least
think
one
she
of
needs
them.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
ideally both of them. I feel, but
Yep, yep. But even then, well, there's also the one that just makes her slows do a flat 100 more slow.
oh yeah, that's funny.
Basically, she just needs something to augment her kiting, you know?
Yes,
Because you can't kite well enough into most of the
yeah.
champions that are good in this game mode
yeah.
without
She doesn't
additional
have
help.
too much range, and there are lots of like,
Yeah,
oops, sorry,
yeah,
you're in quantum computing range when you're auto attacking me. Sorry
yeah,
about these
exactly.
800
Or
damage
like,
on you.
I'm an Udyr and I'm literally just going to run at you. Like,
The bruisers are prevalent in this. So if you can't
yeah.
deal with, if you can't deal with bruisers, I don't know, very tough. She's all
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
not great,
Yep,
a little bit too
yep,
reliant than on augments than I would enjoy, but she's all
yep,
right.
yep.
Uh,
Asol. I think Asol's really good. Um, I
I
don't think
think
it's an
he's
easy A
Yeah, no,
tier,
you
right?
Yeah, I think he's more reliant on a good partner than a lot of the other characters, but
Yeah,
with
for
a good
sure.
partner, he can run the entire fucking town.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
yeah, no, I think
I
you
don't
also
think he's super augment dependent because I think there's enough augments that are just good for him. Like it's fine.
Hmm.
Um, I don't think he's super matchup dependent. There are definitely some matchups that are kind of hard. Um, but like
I think he
I mean,
can
when we
manage
played him,
against
I
anyone.
don't play Asol really. Like I've played new Asol maybe 4 or 5 times. I'm not great at that champion, you know, like,
Right,
and I did fine enough in matchups that felt kind of hard, but not ridiculously hard. You know,
right.
um, I think a good A soul is really, really good in this game mode.
We only lost to Kog'Maw
It was,
Yi, which
yeah, and it was literally just because like I couldn't. There was nothing I could do to stay alive and burst out the Kog'Maw. Like
yeah.
I could do one of those two things, but I had to be able to do both. So, um, But
He
again,
also gets
I think a better Ace Soul player can probably actually do that. I think maybe a different team comp can also deal with that better. I think he's very good.
Yeah.
he also
Yeah.
gets a bunch of passive stacks because he's one of those
Yep.
characters that just has a stacking passive. So by the end of the game,
Yeah,
regardless
yeah,
of what you're doing, you still have like a trillion stats.
your ultimate size gets really good, and it doesn't take that long
Yeah,
to scale
so
up.
And
you
your
got
E becomes massive, and your Q range and the
Yep,
Q
yep.
the
damage
execute
procs.
increases.
Yeah.
You got Disguise Descend on round 4,
Yeah.
which is insane because the first
Yep.
3 rounds mean actually nothing.
Yep. Yep.
So he's already online by the time it matters, which is
Yep.
very good.
Yep.
I could be convinced to put him in A+.
I think he's definitely high A tier or low A+.
I'll move him there. I'll keep him there for now.
Yeah, I feel like we might want to shift that around depending on where other champions land up.
Yeah.
But all right, Azir, I just don't think he's that good. But I don't think he's that bad. I think he's very mid.
I think he's Anivia, but with less
But-
zone control and more escapability.
Yeah,
And damage.
and more damage. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing. So I think he's really Anivia, but better in my opinion. He also actually like makes use of stalling out more than Anivia does because the wall isn't just a wall; you actually push people back with it, which is really nice if
Right.
you're stalling out.
You can also use it for burst.
Yeah, I think he's just super mid, super mid tier. That's it. Yeah. Bard. I don't know
like
about
you
you.
for this. I don't like you.
I don't know about you, man, but Bard was looking kind of goofy. I mean,
you did have the double ult.
I mean, no. Being serious, I think Bard is not bad. Which honestly, I expected him to be bad.
Yeah, he
I
has
don't
one useless ability.
No, actually, his E was very useful.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It just
there's
gives you more
enough of the
options in
arenas you can move
fights.
in and out. Yeah.
Yeah, the only one where his E is really bad is the one with just a plant in the middle.
Right.
And that one, his E, it's really hard to make use of it. In all the other ones, your E feels really good actually. It just gives you more because again, a lot of this game is like you have to know how you can play out fights, and in general, champions that either can make how they want the fight to go, like they can make that happen to a high degree of the time are really good, or champions that have lots of options and how they can play out fights are really good, right? I think
Yeah.
that's where Bard's strength really is you can play out fights really dynamically and you're very flexible. You can definitely play him with lots of different champions and into lots of different champions, and he still feels good. But I don't think he's anything crazy. I think I would put him. I honestly would put him right above Azir.
I would have loved to seen how good the chime damage build actually is.
I definitely want to try that when the game mode goes live. I think it has potential, but I think that is super augment dependent. I think
for sure.
If you get good augments, it'll go absolutely ballistic. If you don't, you won't do anything.
Yeah, I think he's going there. As the Bel'Veth player, I'll tell you, it felt really fucking good.
Yeah, I think he's really good.
It felt really good getting like 100 stacks by like round 8 without having to do anything relevant at all.
Yep. Well, on the other side of her that I think people forget, like Bel'Veth normally, is one of the big problems for Bel'Veth in normal games is not only does she take a while to scale up because of her passive, but she also just like needs items as well. You know, like you need like 2 or 3 items on that champion as well as high passive stacks before you feel good. And in this game mode, you just get that. Like you're just gonna get to that point, and the game isn't like over by that point. You know.
Mhm.
And that's a huge bonus for her. I think there's a ton of augments that are really good for her. I think her only weakness is she doesn't do well into
True damage.
No. Her only weakness in this game, like conceptually, is she doesn't do well into like pure stall comps because she can't engage well, and she doesn't do well into like really high CC comps because she can get just CC locked and you don't actually get much damage.
Yeah, no, I feel like if you match into a Cho'Gath, you could just get completely screwed because you just get silenced and then ulted for half your health in your E because it's true damage and it doesn't get reduced.
Yep. Yep.
All right, you could argue that. I don't think Cho'Gath is actually that good for.
Yeah, no, I don't think Cho'Gath or
Cho'Gath
Fiora exist in this game mode.
I would argue that
a
lot of the bruisers can get away with fighting her, but the fact that she almost always goes to bruiser build anyway, because you don't need to worry about doing enough damage with how many stacks you get. That it's a lot harder for a majority of the bruisers to kill her outright. Which means that as long as she has another bruiser standing next to her, she's doing a lot.
I agree. I think that, like I said, I think those are her only two real weaknesses at all. And the stalling one is definitely a bigger weakness because it's much more common where that's going to be a problem, and there's much less you can do about it.
She can have a teammate start the fight for her if she's going against something like frontline, backline. She can get away with someone else starting and then her following up with it.
Yeah,
her
exactly.
knockup.
But like if you're playing into a Shaco, like who's really going to engage in the Shaco for her? Like it doesn't matter. Nothing's going to matter. You're not killing that Shaco. He's going to stall out and win. But I think she's good. I would put her A tier, but
I think she's better than Asol.
I agree with that. I definitely think she's better.
I think she'll be low A+.
I think that also seems fair.
Because she covers a lot.
Yep. I also think build flexibility is really nice.
Yeah, being able to build whatever you need against whoever you're playing against is pretty amazing.
Yep. Blitz.
Shit.
I don't think he's that good, actually.
I think he's shit.
Yeah.
I think he fucking sucks, and it's so sad.
Yeah.
He lands the hook, and then it's up to his teammate to do everything else.
Well, yeah, because you can't. I feel
really doesn't feel that useful in a 2v2 situation. Like.
Also, I feel like he is kind of reliant on either doing burst damage or just being a CC bot.
Yeah,
and burst damage isn't particularly great.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's not actually that bad. The real issue is that he doesn't do anything better than a different champion can do that same thing better. You know, like like if you're playing to like single someone out and burst them out, there are lots of champions that can do that better. If you're playing like as a CC bot, there are lots of champions that can do that better. And he doesn't do anything else besides those two things. So
like, I would argue that he actually is bad at both because he can't even on a like full AP.
Yeah, no, he can't really. As a CC bot, can't really make use of like the stacking ability haste because his base cooldowns are really long and his E cooldown doesn't reset until he hits somebody.
Yeah, if you're going to the tank build, he doesn't do enough.
Stacking ability haste is really good for him if you get that because.
It's going to be good just by nature of you're going to be stalling out, but I feel like you aren't getting as big of a benefit as some other characters.
I think it's actually crazy good for him because you can use your W early on and wait out fights, and then as long as you're actually like hitting your like as long as you're using your E as like an auto reset or something, like you're not like prepping E early, you're just hitting someone with it immediately. Your E is going to get on a super short cooldown.
But I feel like that's
so your hooks and your ults.
Because some other characters, you can stack the shit out of it before the fight even starts, whereas he is relying on stacking it during a fight, so you don't get the full benefit of it.
That's true. The big benefit of him, in my opinion, is just that his E and his ult are already on relatively short cooldowns, and they're going to get really, really short. But that's a really niche, specific situation where I think he's actually good. I think overall he's bad. I would put him above Aphelios, but below Anivia, but that's just me. I think he's C tier for sure. Brand. Good. I mean, what else do you say? He's good.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. The circle's small. My ult is bouncing to everything. Sorry, you're dead. My bad.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think that. Yeah. Okay.
Burn.
Braum.
Yeah. All right. Good job, everyone.
Braum really struggles. I think he's really bad. I think he just doesn't offer enough. Like.
So I wrote that he's the second best peeler in this game mode, but unlike the number one, he doesn't do anything else. All he can do is peel, and when you have two people dealing damage and you're not a person dealing damage, you just aren't good enough.
Yeah, well, he's not tanky enough, and he
doesn't have quite enough CC because he's relying on like proccing the passive.
Yeah, since his passive is individual champion cooldown, like
you only get it off like twice maybe.
Yeah, it's just not that good. I would put him. I think C tier or D tier.
I would put him like bottom D, borderline unusable.
I think he's definitely better than Ahri, but
I could see that argument. I don't think he's better than Akali though.
I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. I think at the very least, Akali has more potential than he does. You know,
Right.
I think in like most games, neither of them are going to do really anything. Like they're going to be about the same level of effective, but Akali definitely has more potential with augments and matchups to be good.
For sure. For sure.
All right, Caitlyn. Not bad as far as ADCs go, but ADCs just struggle. The range is nice. I mean,
I think so. Caitlyn, even in Summoner's Rift, is only good at 1 item or 6, and I think a majority of this game is played in between those 2 numbers. So
yeah,
she just feels weak for like the
yep,
entirety of the game.
yep, I agree.
And she has pretty okay self peel, but it doesn't really matter if it's not the best and there's 2 people going after you.
I think the big thing that like really hurts ADCs compared to what people are thinking about how ADCs operate is that like normally Caitlyn's range is so oppressive, but it's because she can play aggressive and still kind of be safe because like when you're in lane and you're playing aggressive, you can like still be close enough that if something happens you can get back to your turret and be safe. That doesn't exist in this game mode. You know, like there isn't a place you can fall back to and be safe. So you
There's
just aren't
also
allowed
just
to
a
play up.
bunch of goofy move speed buffs and dashes and all sorts of long range shit.
Yeah, it's really
range
hard for her
just kind of
to.
isn't as useful as it would be.
Yep.
That is a great point.
I think she's the top of C tier for what we have currently.
Yeah, I think she is playable, and I even don't think augments are that they don't matter that much. I just think she's okay against some, but against the majority of the good people, she falters pretty hard.
Yep. Camille, pretty good, but not crazy.
I think she's crazy as shit.
Really?
So
there's a lot of terrain.
I think that she just doesn't have the survivability of that other fighters do. And I think that's what really hurts her. Like,
I mean, survivability when you hit the tank, hit somebody with 1200 true damage in the face.
I would actually agree with Nick here. I don't think it matters that she's not as tanky as all the other ones. The fact that she does that much true damage on her Q means that she only needs 2 rotations for herself to kill someone like outright, including like a majority of the non like super tanks.
This is true. I think what she really struggles into is champions with CC and damage, which are champions that are really prevalent in this game mode.
But like,
and
who?
She's gonna get locked up.
Is who I would ask?
Like,
I mean, it's like a red cane, sure.
Well, and
he
or
just doesn't
Riven
care.
or a Cassiopeia who ults well, or an Amumu team, or an Annie team, or an Allistar team, or an Aatrox, or a Jax. Like,
I don't know. I feel like it could be hard for Aatrox when she.
I would disagree for a majority of the champions. She does very well into Aatrox.
Aatrox
in this game mode
really
and in Summoner's Rift. She's like impossible for Aatrox to hit. But even like Jax, she can weave in and out. She has her ultimate. The thing you're forgetting
about this is, I guess I'm thinking of this as her paired, as these champions paired with another like champion that helps them fight against her. You know, like Aatrox 1-on-1 against a Camille. Yeah, you're right. Camille hard wins that matchups. But like Aatrox with anyone else that has CC into a Camille's dying and not killing him. You know, like.
Right, but you also can't think of this in a 1v2 vacuum. Like, she has someone else that's also helping her. So if they're focusing on the Camille has her ultimate to basically turn that 1v2 into 2 separate 1v1s that your teammate can walk into and turn that into a 2v1. She can get out extremely easy if she is in danger and then just go get plants. And she can, if she wants to kill a person, she can kill a person.
No, yeah, for sure.
There's just a lot of terrain.
I think like bottom of S is. I mean, the lot of terrain doesn't it doesn't matter that much. Like,
I mean, it kind of does for her getting out and just being able to.
It's hard. Certain champions can't follow her. That's correct.
Yeah. But like that's not that's a very minor point about what makes her good in this game mode. I think she's really good. I personally would put her a high A+, but I think low S is good. I think that's fine. I don't have like a big issue with that. Cass. I think Cass is goofy as all hell. I think Cass is ridiculous.
Cass is certainly one of the goofiest champions in this game by a wide margin. I don't think she lives or dies by what augments she gets, but I think if she gets like mythical, she's like the hardest character to beat in the entire game.
There's mythical, there's phenomenal evil, there's Jewel Gauntlet, there's the healing while moving, there's the stacking ability haste, there's the anything that just gives her more mobility, anything that gives her more survivability without losing damage. Like there's so many good augments for her, and she doesn't even need to get those really good augments to be really good. So I think she's just crazy good. Yeah, I agree right there. I think that's perfect. I don't think she's triple S. Triple S is like Swain, Shaco, that kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, we'll get to triple S's. You'll know when you fucking see him.
She's firmly top of S.
She's a bit of a meta definer. I think there's a lot of teams that straight up have no chance of beating her as long as her hands are on the keyboard.
Yep. Oh, and the big thing that surprised me about her is I was worried about her not coming online early enough, but really she comes online at like round 3 or 4, which is fine. Like,
as long as she gets like
the first couple rounds,
she's going like Rod of Ages or something that gives her at least some level of mana, and even to that extent she can go get plants. She's like the only champion in this entire game that has to worry about mana alongside like Kassadin or something. But other than like the first 2 rounds where you press Q and E 3 times and you're useless, she's completely fine.
Yep. All right, Cho'Gath. I think Cho'Gath is not very good. I don't think he's horrendous. Like I think he's playable,
ass. But I don't know if I don't know if I'd consider him playable, to be honest with you.
Really?
I think he's a big hunk of meat, but unlike the other hunks of meat, he doesn't heal. So it's a health bar you can whittle down.
You're right. I think the only advantage, I think his silence is just really valuable, and his ult is obviously really good. I think the big thing that makes him struggle is he doesn't get free ult stacks.
He does. So he gets one free ult stack per round.
Okay. They changed that since I played him.
It just doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
Well,
he's at like 6 stacks.
Very slow.
Yeah, he's at 6 stacks by like the end of the game, which is where Cho'Gath is at the end of laning phase in Summoner's Rift. It's not really anything. Maybe they buff it and something happens, but
no, I agree with C tier, and I think he can be honestly anywhere within C tier, but I think he's definitely just C tier.
And isn't there also just not Warmogs, and even if there was, it wouldn't matter because he's just going to get chased out.
Yeah.
No, there's some Warmogs, but like, yeah, exactly. Like, Warmogs is useless. That's why they take it out.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I think he's bad. I think he is definitely technically playable, but he's bad.
I think he can combo well with some people, but I think in this game he has major Pike syndrome, where he presses his abilities and he's like, all right, teammate, do 75% of his health bar, and if you get him there and that guy doesn't heal,
nothing.
I got him, you know? It's Braum, but with an execute is what I would imagine him as.
I mean, And like I said, I think his silence has some niche
his CC is more useful, but unlike, at the very least, Braum, you can't dodge his passive. Like, Cho'Gath, your teammate also has to have like some insane CC for Cho'Gath to get his off. Because you're not getting hit by Cho'Gath Q in any sense of the word in this arena with how many dashes and movement speeds you have. You have to be like fucking head bobbing, eaten by Tom Kent or some shit.
Cho'Gath famously is not primary engage, right?
Yeah.
Like that's just he's very awkward as a tank because of this, because he's a secondary engage tank, which is a really weird like champion archetype.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't work very well in this game mode. I think that's exactly where it belongs. Corki. I think Corki is solid, actually. I was surprised at how good Corki felt, and playing into other Corkis. I think the fact he gets a package on every round.
I think the package is what makes or breaks him.
Yep.
If he gets a good package,
really good for him. I think the issues he struggles into. There's definitely enough champions that are common in this game mode that can burst him out, and there's not a lot he can do about it, or lock him down. There's not a lot he can do about it, you know. Otherwise, I think he'd be really good. But I think he's low A, high B.
Yeah, I think if he gets a good enough package off, the round is already won.
Yeah. The package is really, really crazy. All right, Darius. I'm surprised at how useless Darius has felt, like both from when you played him and into most of the time I played against him.
I'm not surprised at this at all. So the gimmick is that he has funny 1000 true damage ultimate, but a lot of things need to go right for that to happen. In in laning phase, so like in Summoner's Rift, you're at the very least forced to be next to him to an extent to give him some level of opportunity. He doesn't have to run you down, but you're in that I could press you at any moment range, In 2v2, that never actually has to happen. If you want to fight him, cool. You're standing directly next to him, and it's impossible for him to get his like sweet spot Q off to do a good amount of damage and heal himself. Unless he has a teammate that can push someone out, which is a major question mark there. So he's losing 2 stacks. Bad. He takes forever for his ult to get. And on top of that, plants exist. So even if you get them to like sort of low, they are probably going to have a dash if they're a good character, and you straight up don't.
I think the only benefit he has is he gets so much free AD from his passive that you can build mostly just like technically Bruiser, but more tank than Bruiser, like you can build fully for survivability and still have good damage output. But I think there's too many comps that are totally unplayable for him. I think it's very easy to play against him. I think he's pretty bad. I think C tier is where I would put
him. Yeah, I think he can kill people if given the opportunity. You don't get a lot of opportunities.
Yep. Diana. Again, surprised at how not good Diana has felt. But once I thought about like the way her ultimate actually works, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because her ultimate, the damage scales off of number of champions hit, and so like you're just never having that much damage. And so like if you go the Bruiser Diana build, you're not actually doing meaningful damage. If you go Burst Diana build, you're not probably one-shotting people. So and then you're just dying. So you feel really useless.
I feel like it's just as somebody who plays this champion in norms, it's probably a bit matchup dependent, because I feel like in this game mode there are probably a bunch of like beefcakes that don't really care too much about demonic burn. But if it's like an 80 carry that you're running into, tank Diana
for sure
instantly kills any sort of person not building tank, regardless of she has 2 damage items.
It's definitely matchup dependent, but I think the favorable matchups are the rare matchups in this game mode.
Yeah.
So. All right, Mundo. Mundo's really good.
Mundo might actually be above Allistar, I think.
I would put him lower than Allistar. I would put him lower than Allistar just because, again, the really incredible thing about Allistar is that he does everything incredibly well.
That's true.
And Mundo doesn't do that, right? Mundo does,
but he does his one thing better than any other champion in the game.
You're right. But I think that's what puts him right below Mundo. Still super good champion though. Still crazy good.
So the shtick with him is that overtime, he has ultimate. He wins overtime.
Yep.
And he's almost impossible to kill pre-overtime because he can just ult early, get plants, and then just have ult again by the time overtime comes back. Not augment dependent in the slightest. He's building tank. Good luck trying to fucking kill him. If he gets good augments, good luck trying to fucking kill him.
Yep.
And he doesn't actually really even need a duo partner. I mean, it's cool that it's a 2v2 game mode, but
No, yeah.
His idea is his idea. You probably are just going to put another staller next to him.
The only thing he struggles in is super good DPS champions, which there aren't a ton of in this game mode. Like it's like Cassiopeia.
It's a total of like 4.
Master Yi. I'm sure there are others that I could really think about, but like
because Red Cane does like percent.
Oh yeah, that's true actually. Red Cane probably does, but still, like he's really good. He's really, really good. There are very few things that make his life hard at all,
or even challenging at all. Actually.
Yep. Draven. Not bad.
I would actually say that he's one of the better, if not the best ADCs, just because he is the only champion in the game that actually gets item advantage because of adoration stacks. Which is it's invaluable how good it is to be on 2 items while every other character's at 1.
Yep. But the thing he struggles on is closing out games, right? I think Draven is super easy to get second place with. I think it's super easy to get second place with, and like incredibly easy to avoid last place with, right? As long as you win the early rounds, you're pretty much guaranteed top 3, probably top 2. But he's really hard to get first place with because that advantage falls off and you just don't feel very useful anymore.
I'll be honest, that still felt pretty useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Trinity Force build did open up a lot of ideas because he becomes a much more self-sufficient kiter than a majority of the ADCs anyway. He's getting movement speed every single axe catch, and then to be honest, even as I played Draven maybe 4 times. I want to learn him. I'm not catching every axe. I still have 2 axes for a majority of the game. Just because of how many cooldown augments he can get, and how at 6 items he's probably with enough ability haste to have double axes at all times anyway.
I think the only thing that sucks for Draven is he literally can't do anything into stall comps. Right? Like, I mean, and there's enough champions that are good enough that can lock him down. And even with, like, say, Draven Allistar, I think is probably the best pairing in this game mode. Like, you're playing. There's enough things that can still lock him down and kill him. But I think he's solid. I think A tier makes a lot of sense.
I think he's very good, actually.
Yep. Ekko. I think Ekko sucks. Yep.
You shit.
Elise. We found an F tier. We've done Elise is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Okay. So hold on here. So I ran the VODs back. And to be honest with you, I think we didn't do Elise justice. I actually think she's not like great. I don't even think she's good. I think she's okay. Because even so in those VODs, after like round 5, I'm doing literally nothing. All the times that we killed like the Vayne and was like jumping around shit, that was literally like 90% your damage.
You're right. The thing you got to remember is the augments I had in that game, and the matchups we were playing into. If you're playing Elise and you're not playing into like squishy single carry comps, you're useless. If you're playing Elise and you don't get like jeweled gauntlets and the one that makes me go invisible, which is super useful, and I had something else that was crazy good on her as well. I don't remember what it was. Like if you, it was Dark Harvest and First Strike. Like if you don't get like ridiculous augments and you're playing in favorable matchups, I think you're literally useless, and there's nothing you can do about it. I think the big thing is the matchup thing. I think the thing that kills Elise is that most of the good champions in this game mode, she's horrible into.
Yeah.
But I mean, like literally, just look at our tier list right now. Look at A+ tier and up. There's one champion she can play the game into, and it's Brand, and that's maybe, like.
I don't think she's at this level of
really?
like you borderline shouldn't play her. I would put her like low C. I want to try her out some more with not this fucking champion.
No, Evelynn. The only thing Evelynn has going for her is the MR shred, which is just not that useful actually. But
I don't think it's a thing going for her at all. It's like impossible to get the MR shred off without basically telling your partner good luck in the 1v2.
Well, that's the other thing that we forget about the Elise game though, is that you are MR shredding for me, and so I'm dealing more damage than I normally would. And I think that's the only advantage Evelynn has, is you pair her with another AP like burst champ, like we did, and then her MR shred is really useful, and everything else she does is useless.
My counter argument is that I never got the charm off.
Fair enough.
The MR shred never actually happened.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I mean, to be fair, I still think she's absolutely horrible. So I think F tier makes a lot of sense for her.
Oh yeah, no, I mean Evelynn's useless. I think even I got basically the best augments I could to make her viable and still did nothing. She can't. She has to get behind a person to one shot him, and you can't get behind a person. So she can't one shot him, so she has to go Bruiser.
The only situation in which Evelynn works, is if they're playing squishies and they for some reason separate like entirely. Like
which
it just shouldn't happen. Like that just shouldn't happen. Yeah. All right, Ezreal. Not good. Not unplayable.
I would argue that he's like still one of the better ADCs.
I agree. I just think the ADCs aren't very good. I think B tier makes a lot of sense in my opinion.
I don't think he offers as much as like Draven or anything like that. He's good at poking, and if he has a staller standing next to him, then he's great.
Well, and like his ability to like his self safety, obviously that's a big advantage because it's Ezreal. But like, it is really useful in this game mode. but it's just not usually enough. His damage output isn't high enough. Like the self safety isn't usually going to like you cannot die, but they're probably just going to kill you later. You know, like But yeah, I think B tier makes a lot of sense. Fiddlesticks, solid.
I don't think he's that good.
I don't think he's that good.
I think he's
I would
actually
put
on the
him
bad side, like low
Really?
mid C. Because so
Really?
there was one game, I'll have to find which one it is, that really opened my eyes to how bad Fiddlesticks was, because we were playing like it was like a legitimate comp that we played. And Fiddlesticks
Yeah.
was beyond useless because there's nowhere for him to hide. He can't get his
Yeah.
ultimate. There was like 3 rounds in a row. We went, "Where's Fiddlesticks?" and just
yeah, I remember
stopped
this
his
game.
ultimate.
I just remember this game. Yeah, either he didn't get it all. Most of the time, we stopped it from happening at all. We just interrupted the channel, or if he got it off, it wasn't without the fear, and we were tanky enough that we didn't really
We
matter.
just like laughed at him and punched the shit out of him. Like I think
Yeah.
a majority of the good characters would either go, "Where's Fiddlesticks?" and shut him
Yep.
down before anything happens,
Yep.
or punch the shit out of him.
I mean, yeah, just look at the tier list we have, right? Fiddlesticks into Allistar, doesn't care. Fiddlesticks into Mundo, doesn't care. Fiddlesticks into Cass, maybe if he gets a good ultimate, it's okay, but most of the time, terrible. Annie, same situation. Amumu, nothing. Camille, horrible.
Aatrox,
Aatrox,
Bel'Veth,
horrible.
Brand, nothing.
Bel'Veth, Brand, yeah, it's just terrible. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
I
I think his only saving grace from not being like completely useless is that Q into Drain at overtime is good.
Is good.
It's just you have
but
to get to the situation for that to even occur.
You need to be playing into low CC comps, which there aren't a lot of in this game mode. Like,
yeah,
that's the big struggle with Fiddlesticks is that he's really bad into CC, and there's a lot of CC in this game because CC is just really good in this game. So, yeah.
I would put it.
All right, Fiora.
Big surprise. Sure is good. Who would have fucking?
Yeah. I would put her. I don't think I'd put her in A plus. I would put her top of A or bottom of A plus, in my opinion. I think she's. I mean, just look at the champions. I think she's worse than Brand, worse than Bel'Veth, worse than Aatrox.
Actually.
Right. I mean, it's not really her fault. I think it's just direct comparison wise, right?
Yeah. I think she's more
good.
fitting in A plus than she is in A. I think she's a tier above these 3. She just brings too much to the table and kills way too many people to be considered down here. But
the big thing is she's one of the few people that can kind of deal with Mundo. She's one of the few people that can kind of deal with Allistar. She's not that bad into. She's really bad into stall comps, but
yeah,
I mean, who isn't?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Fizz. Pretty bad.
I think Fizz is the only good assassin.
I think your opinion of Fizz is really colored by the augments I got that game. I think I got crazy augments for Fizz.
I think there's enough ability haste augments to warrant him being better than the other assassins because he's good at getting in and getting out.
Yeah, maybe that's fair, but the best of the assassins is still not very good.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I think he's good because he can get in and get out and be a constant harasser, especially against some of the frontline backline comps that we do see.
Yep. And he actually can have pressure onto stall comps if you can land the ult, which isn't easy to do, but if you can do it, you can definitely have real pressure.
Yes, something. Which
which is more than most assassins do. So yeah. I think right there makes a lot of sense. Galio, I don't think we really gave Galio a fair shot, if I'm being honest.
I think even if we did give him a fair shot, I think he's way too over-reliant on a good
I think he's
partner.
Bad still.
And even with a good partner, he doesn't bring anything to the table himself.
I'm trying to look at the... I think he's...
Because
what we have right now, I think he's C tier, right... I think he's C tier right above Aphelios. That's where I put him.
Because what does he offer? Like I think quite literally we gave him the best the best combo. He had Nocturne, which is like a free entry with his ult.
Yes, but I think we were thinking about it wrong. I think you don't like dive in like how you're used to with like knock Galio kind of stuff. I think you literally just like play around Galio for his engage, like E and taunt and stuff like that, and just have someone who likes to fight with you in that and offers CC on top of it, and then you can just ult during the fight.
I can see that, but then I would stand to argue, well, what is he doing that Braum doesn't do? It's
No,
just CC and go, all
I
right,
mean,
champ, good luck.
I mean, yes. I just think. I think he's better than Braum, but I agree. I think he has the same issues, but is better.
Hello? Hey, what's up?
You're muted if you
No, I
accidentally
didn't.
hit that, or if you purposely hit that.
Yeah, no, give me 1 sec, bro.
You're good. You're good.
No, I didn't have dinner yet. No. Yeah, he went to. I picked him up. Whatever. No. Ask me to. He didn't ask me to. Yeah, get on him about that.
Something else about Fiora. I don't know. I didn't see you guys play her, but I feel like she doesn't seem like just in concept very reliant on augments.
Who? Sorry.
Fiora.
See you later. Love you.
Fiora? No, she's not super augment reliant. But that's mostly because there's so many augments that are good for her.
Yeah.
Like you're probably gonna get at least one of them during the game.
And she is like the best blade dancer.
If you get Blade Waltzer,
augment
yeah,
used.
it's
Oh wow,
ridiculous.
it's just like old Fiora. Oh wait, yeah, no, you can't just hold Blade Waltz.
Yep,
Yep.
it's really stupid.
Yep, funny, haha. So Gangplank question mark. I don't really know actually.
I struggle to see him not being mid tier though.
I can't imagine him bad. I can't imagine him carrying the game though.
Yeah, I think he can definitely get into A tier, but I just don't know if he actually is. Like I'd have to see good Gangplanks playing him to be able to see that,
Mm-hmm.
But I can't imagine him being worse than B tier. So
unfortunately, we couldn't get a Gangplank game in, and double unfortunately, all the Gangplanks we saw kind of fucking sucked. So I don't really know where he actually stands, but
real.
Pretty good ultimate barrels, the whole 9 yards.
Yep. Definitely good if you play him with CC.
For sure.
I think that's how you have to play him. But yeah, I think at best he's getting into A tier. I can't see a way he gets more than that realistically.
Yeah.
All right,
Garen. Shit.
I don't know about you. I felt like he was super useless.
So I think the difference between Darius and Garen is that Darius has no way of getting in, but if he does, he can kill. Garen has a lot of ways of getting in. It doesn't fucking matter. He can't kill you.
Yeah, he's really useless. There's like really, really specific matchups where he feels good, but most of the time you're not doing anything. And yeah, I think he's really bad. I think top of D, bottom of C. I don't care where. I think that makes sense. I think bottom of C makes sense. I think he is a tier above Akali, Braum, and the rest of that.
Yeah.
But he's very bad. Gnar. I still feel like Gnar sucks. There was one game where I saw Gnar look useful at all. Every other game, both from me playing him, and I haven't played Gnar a lot for a while, but I used to play a ton of Gnar. When I played him, he felt really bad. I very quickly realized why he felt bad. I think like the theory crafting wise, it just makes sense that he's bad in this game mode. I never saw him look useful besides in that one very specific game. Even that game, I'm not sure. Like it might have been augments, it might have been matchups. I didn't think that much about it. But I think he sucks. I think he sucks.
The obvious answer, in theory and in practice, as we saw very clearly, you need Mega Gnar, but there's no minions to build Mega Gnar on.
Yep.
So whether the fight goes well or bad is completely random on how well the fight goes for you.
It's so much worse than that because it's not even like even if you like let's say you're able to start in Mega Gnar or something, let's pretend that you can do that. Like let's say there's just like let's say like you somehow stack your Mega Gnar off of blast cones or whatever, like it's not like you're really gonna win an all-in fight most of the time, like Gnar is the reason Gnar is really good in normal games is because he wins the side lane and has legitimate split push pressure while being able to set his team up to win team fights. But he doesn't win the team fights, you know? Like
it's not his
he
damage.
can't do
It,
that.
to the
Yeah.
table.
And the winning the side lanes is irrelevant. So yeah, he sucks.
It's not useless, but he might as well be.
Yep. Gragas.
So much worse than. Well,
worse than I expected, but still not bad.
Yeah. So we did have the Gragas Riven game, and I will say the caveat to the Gragas Riven game was that I got the distance thing on Riven, and it was irrelevant. True. Whatever the hell you did, it fucking.
True.
It did not matter in the slightest. But with the Gragas Heimerdinger game, his peel feels so much worse than it rightfully should be, and his heal feels so much worse than it rightfully should be. But he still has both anyway.
I think Gragas is actually best played AP in this game mode, which is I think what I did in the Gragas Riven game.
Yes, it was.
I think that's definitely better. I think the way you actually play Gragas is with another, like you play Gragas as the damage, and you play him with another like stally CC champ like an Allistar or a Mundo, and you just play for small circle over time. And I think he's legitimately good at that, but I don't think he's anything crazy, which I expected him to be really good in this game mode, and he isn't. I think B makes a lot of sense.
I think maybe just because Gangplank might have more potential. I'll put him there.
I think that's fair. I think I said this when I was playing, but I think the 4-second cooldown nerf that he got to his passive really kills him in this. It feels so impactful. Like if he didn't have that, I think you can just go like Bruiser or Tank Gragas and just fight people a lot, and your peel feels really impactful, and you don't die. Because that's the big thing I was struggling with is like, even if I could peel people in the Heimerdinger game, I was killable, you know? Like, which like, why am I doing that when I could just play Allistar and not be killable? Like,
the same exact thing, except better and taking less damage.
Yep. Graves.
I don't know. You killed people in that one game I didn't play.
Yeah, but in the other game I felt really useless. But I mean, I think Malzahar sucks. I think the comp sucked.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him A tier. I would put him B tier. I would put him at the top of our current B tier. But I don't know if I expect him to stay at the top of B tier.
Right augments, right circumstances, he can kill you. With the armor on E, he can live longer than expected.
Yep. He really struggles into lockdown comps though. But as long as someone else is in threat with him, like, it's kind of playable. I don't know.
He can do some damage.
Gwen good. Gwen good. I mean,
this is definitely everyone was betting on her to win, and she won, and everyone was like, I really wanted an upset. She's just really fucking good.
The only thing that hurts Gwen at all in this game mode compared to like Gwen normal, and like she's still super good.
I might put her.
I think top of A+ is more fitting. In my opinion, she's better than Camille, but worse than Amumu. So I guess if you want to put her rest, that's okay.
Yeah.
But, I think it's fine.
I want her in S.
The only thing I think that that hurts Gwen to any real degree is that there's enough popular comps, and like it happens often enough in situations where people are just going to fight inside of your W, and so you don't get a lot of value from that. But that's like, you don't really need to get a lot of value from that. Like,
that's like the all right, cool, you're in range for the Q, so it's not even
exactly. Like you're still really good. It'd be better if I could have immuned one of your spells first, but like I'm still probably gonna win the fight. So
I mean, very hard to kill. Anything that has % damage in this is just really fucking good, because there's a lot of tanks and there's a lot of augments that give you tankiness. She just fucking kills people. We know it. That's
Yep. Hecarim. I thought Hecarim was going to be good in this game mode. I think he's terrible. I think he's really awful.
I would fully agree. I was like, he gets his W. He can stand in the middle of the two people.
He'll get his Q up so much. Yeah,
life is great. And what actually happened?
And then you see him do stuff, and he just is entirely useless.
He gets into the middle of two people. He stacks his Q, and you're like, oh, there's a second guy here? It's kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think he's terrible.
I don't know. He's awful.
I think it's really bad.
He is awful. I mean, he can press Q.
He can't do that. It just doesn't matter. Like, yeah.
Very good. All right.
Heimerdinger.
So first SSS. Arguably the best character in 2v2. You could make an argument.
disagree,
This is why arguably is what I said first.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's non-negotiable that he is like top
one of the
5,
best. Yeah,
top 3,
absolutely top tier. Like
maybe
undeniable. Really, really ridiculous. Stalling out is super OP. He's really, really crazy good at it. If you pair him with anyone who either stalls out with him or helps him survive longer, there's not a lot of champions that can actually deal with it at all. It just sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck. It's great for the Heimerdinger. It sucks for everyone else, and I hate it. It makes me angry.
I came up with fighters, kiters, and stallers partially because Heimerdinger existed, and I was like, oh, this motherfucker stalls for shit. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, I can do something with this. He is the textbook definition of, I don't really want to fight you, and you really don't want to fight me. So overtime's gonna happen, and you're gonna have to fight me. And not really me. I'm at Zanya's.
Yeah.
Good luck fighting these turrets, you fucker.
I think the only disadvantage that Heimerdinger has over other stall comps is, like, the best way to play against stall comps, there's really only 2 options, right? Either you're able to rush them down and actually kill them before overtime, right? Which there's not a lot of champions that can do that in Heimerdinger, right? Or you're able to get control of the center and keep control of it without taking too much damage, and that way, like, when overtime comes in, they don't have the advantage. Because that's what really makes them hard, is that usually they just sit in the middle, and then you have to come into their, Heimerdinger turrets or Teemo shrooms or boxes or whatever. I think the only disadvantage Heimerdinger has compared to other stallers is he's probably the easiest one to do that against. Like,
you can kill the turrets is the thing. They're not invisible.
Yep.
You don't have to waste your flash. You have the flash bomb in this. He can, like, tell you have to if he puts him in, like, bushes. There is the one map that has, like, the one curve in the middle that he just puts his turrets over the wall in.
And
that's arguably his best stage because
I think it's absolutely his best map.
He can play either side the exact same way, and
he can also blast cone turrets to other sides, which there's a blast cone that goes right along that wall on that map.
Yep.
And so he's really stupid. All right.
Meta definer.
Yep.
How good you are against them.
Yeah.
Alawi, she's better than Summoner's Rift. I always argue that Alawi's the worst champion in Summoner's Rift. People disagree with me, including him.
But I do think she's bad.
But in this game mode, the arena is smaller. She still has the same exact issue, though, where even if you land the E, the person you land the E on is usually tanky enough to not give a shit that you're hitting the clone. So they just walk out of the circle. So what? You get tentacles. You pop ult. They walk out of your ult. Even if your partner is like a hard CC champ, you get a slam and then they walk out anyway.
Like, sucks. Like, the real struggle with Alawi is that, like I feel like Alawi is the most, besides maybe like Samira, like, champion that, like, when you're thinking of, like, highlight reel Alawi plays, they look so stupid and funny and ridiculous. But Alawi has no control over making that happen. Like, that's where she's different than Samira, right? Like, Samira actually can play well to make big plays happen. Alawi, it's just like, there's technically potential, but people have to just entirely play into your hand, and it's not very hard to not do that. So,
Texas Hold'em, but all of your cards are out. Like,
exactly.
maybe you have the 4 of the kind, but come on, like, fucking. Even if that happens, I'm just gonna fold. Like,
no, literally. Just fold and wait till the next hand. Like,
she's really bad. I think
I would put her C or D tier. I can see arguments for either.
I think in the literal, like, I think she's better than Garen. At the very least, and
honestly,
in, like, a perfect situation.
Actually, I would put her above Heck and Elise too. Maybe even Cho.
I would put her, like, maybe, like, here.
Yeah, that makes sense. But she sucks.
If the stars align and the person who was fighting you just like fucking through his keyboard and right click in front of you, you know, like you're killing them pretty quickly. It's not gonna fucking.
Yeah. Yep. Aurelia, I thought Aurelia was going to be really bad.
I was on the other side. I thought she was gonna be really good, and I was fucking right.
I don't think she's too crazy.
She's not crazy.
Think,
no, she's good.
But I think she's good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
She's really good.
Yep.
Everyone thinks so. Like the stacking, everyone thinks like she needs a lot of stacks to do well, and you know, in Summoner's Rift, she can pre-stack on minions. But in more scenarios than not, she gets like some tanky augment or some movement speed augment or some damage augment. That means that the stacks don't really matter. She can just.
I think
go in.
Yeah. I think the only thing that makes Aurelia not that good is literally just her direct comparison to like the meta defining champions. Like she's terrible into stall comps. She's not very good into a lot of just like the individual champions that are really good, like into Allistar, into Mundo, you're not going to kill her. Into Cassiopeia, you're not moving. Into Annie, maybe not too bad. Into Amumu, probably terrible. Gwen, probably terrible. Camille, probably terrible. You know, like actually, Camille definitely terrible because it just doesn't care about your damage resist. But I think she's very much in that awkward situation where it's like, on paper, what she does is good, but like all the champions that are really good are just better. So like, sorry. I would put her A tier though. Like, I mean, just looking at what we have right now, I think she fits in with A Sol, Draven, Corki. Yeah. Ivern, I think, is super silly. I think Ivern's so stupid.
Ivern got the wonky splonky shit, bruh.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's just the best enchanter in the entire game mode by a lot. Daisy is super annoying.
I would make a real valid argument for Emilio.
Emilio's the second best enchanter, definitely. I think like the tier list of enchanters in this game mode are, I think it's 100%. It's Ivern, then Emilio, then Yuumi, right? Like but I think there's a large gap between Ivern and Emilio, in my opinion. I think the only thing that gives Emilio that kind of the edge is the Kog'Maw interaction. But even then, like, if you're playing into a rush down like Master Yi or something, it's not gonna matter. Like, this guy's gonna press R and run at you and kill you, and Emilio's not gonna save you.
Now we'll get to that when we get the Kog'Maw. But
true. Oh, I forgot about Janna for enchanters. Janna's goofy too, actually.
Yeah. Basically, like, he gets enough like ability haste, or like there's a lot of healing and shielding augments.
Anything that gives ability haste, anything that gives him healing, shielding. Celestial body just to make him not die. The damage reflect, so stupid. There's so many things. And then on top of that, anything that just gives him AP is also good. Like, super good, super good.
Janna.
I'd forgotten about when I was talking about other enchanters. I think Janna is also very good. I think Janna is actually the best champion to play with the big three stall champs. Like, I think if you're playing Heimerdinger, Teemo, or Shaco, like your perfect team comp is those plus Janna or those plus Allistar, right?
Yeah.
And I think Janna's really good, actually. I think the only way in which she struggles is, unlike Ivern, the augments that aren't just like heal shield value aren't as useful for her. But I still think she's really solid, actually. I think A plus low S is where I would put her. I think that.
I think she doesn't have the flexibility that Ivern has.
That's true. Yeah, Ivern's good with everything and into
everyone.
Basically everything. Yeah.
Janna requires specifically the stallers, and I would argue that these just offer more. But I think the specific team comps, I think she can really thrive.
Yeah. Jarvan is not bad. He's not crazy.
I mean, being able to lock people into a spot is good.
Yeah. His damage output is
does okay damage.
Viable, but
he
it's
has
not
armor shred,
insane.
which is pretty valuable.
Yeah, armor shred is really valuable.
And I can imagine him with like Asol or someone who can truly make use of like even one person standing in there and just deciding to fight Jarvan.
Yep.
He's good. He's solid.
Yep. I agree. Jax, I mean,
kind of really fucking good.
Super good. He's so good. He's just kind of Aatrox but better, right? Like, he's really good.
He might. I'd have to look. I think he might be the best bruiser.
Yeah, no, I think I agree. I mean,
if you would argue Kane's a bruiser, then I would say that Kane is better.
Kane doesn't play like a bruiser in this game.
Yeah, but he doesn't play like a bruiser.
He's the only good assassin in this game. Like, I personally would put him below Cass, Annie, and Ivern, but I think S tier is definitely where he belongs.
He's somewhere here for sure. This one, this is where it gets a bit mucky. But I think Jax works well.
I don't think like the specific champion order matters that much.
Yeah.
So, he's really, really good.
Jace, just comparing different archetypes. Yeah.
And well, the really big struggle for Jax is into stall comps, unfortunately, which is a pretty big weakness in this game mode because of how broken stall comps are and how common they are because they're broken.
Right.
But
if he has someone that can get him in, it's very hard for the staller to get Jax off of him with how quickly he gets Qs and movement speed and augments, yada yada. Jax is really fucking good.
Yep. Jace. Another one that surprised me. I think it's actually really good. I think he's really good.
Yeah, actually, I think he does a butt ton of damage to more people than I would really want to give credit for.
Yeah. I mean, he's not like top tier by any means, but he's very solid, very, very viable. Like, especially like, actually, I could see like really good Jace players pushing him into A+ tier for sure. Because like I played Jace when we played him. I think I actually played 2 games of Jace during the PB run of this, and he felt really good in both games. It was different. Like the first game was the Jace Italy game we played, and that was more like poke and then finish people off, and the second game was more like slow fight, I guess. Felt very good in both situations, but I'm not a great Jace player, you know. Like I'm sure if you get like a challenger Jace main, it's gonna look a lot better because their combos are gonna be a lot faster and a lot
smoother.
Yep.
I
All right. Yeah, Jhin. He's so useless. He's so useless, dude.
Very bad.
Champion does nothing, dude.
Very bad. Now the argument is that he still does damage. It's just nowhere.
Does he?
It's not good damage. I would argue he's better than Aphelios.
Really? I think he's just worse. I think he just does less damage than Aphelios. Like, I think he's just worse. I mean, he does more damage in the early rounds, but the early rounds don't matter. You know, like for most of the game, Aphelios does more damage, and those are the rounds that cost more team health. So it matters more to win those rounds.
That is true. That is true.
I would put him. I would put him D tier. Honestly, I think he's horrendous. But I don't think C tier is like a big grief or anything.
I could see it. I could see it like maybe down here.
I also just like personally think this champ is useless in general right now. I think he's an individual champ, like state of the game.
As a summoner's root champ, he's
tuning.
Bad.
Yeah. Well, and I think like it's the same problems where it is just like his damage output is not good enough, and like he's this really weird situation where he's not the best early game ADC, but he's the worst like mid to late game ADC. So like, why do you ever want to play him?
True.
And I think that really feels the same in this game mode.
Yeah, Andy needs to use Fort Shot sometimes to get plants. Yeah, he's bad.
Yeah. And
he's pretty bad.
The attack speed cap on plants feels so awful. There's very few situations where you actually have the space to play with your ult. If you can, your ult can actually be really impactful. Like the damage output can be really good. It like if you're able to build the space and get far enough away where people can't just like run at you and engage on you, you can get really good damage off. But that's the only thing he has going for him. And even then, like people are just gonna heal off plants, so like who cares? Jinx. We didn't actually get to play
unknown
Jinx.
Quantity. Unfortunate. We actually didn't see a single Jinx either.
Yeah.
So she's completely unknown.
I can't imagine her being good. I just can't.
So I actually can see a world where she is, simply because of the auto attack speed cap being removed and her getting a lot of attack speed on 3-stack Q.
That's true. I think what really hurts Jinx though is she takes time to ramp up in fights. She needs a lot of space to play with, and her once she's ramped up, her self-heal is terrible. And once she's ramped up, her damage output is really good, but it's not. I don't think it's enough to win the fights from that position unless things go perfectly for you. You know. But again, this is pure theory crafting. I think she's probably C tier. I
think in reality she would be better than Caitlyn, but not by much.
I think that I can see that, and I have no way to know. So
yeah,
K'Zante, good, not as good as I want him to be, but good.
He's certainly annoying.
The really thing that K'Zante struggles with is he just doesn't really fit in, if that makes sense.
Right.
What are you playing K'Zante with that feels good, and what are you playing K'Zante into that feels good? There's not a lot of things really, but it doesn't feel bad into hardly anything either. He just kind of exists.
Right.
I actually played a lot of K'Zante in this game because I just love this champion. And I've been playing this game mode alone sometimes just to get more games in, to see other champions, to see how they perform and stuff like that. Most of the time when I've been doing that, I've been playing K'Zante because, again, I just really am enjoying this champion right now. It's just my favorite champion in the game at the moment. And that really is what my takeaway was, is the champion is not bad, but he doesn't have a lot of strength. His big strength is kind of like what Allistar does, which is get the circle small and then be very tanky and be able to push people out. But he's worse than Allistar at that. And he's more burstable early than Allistar. So, yeah.
So I'll use your expertise. Or do you think we should?
I think B tier. I would put him with our current list at the top of B tier. I think that's where he belongs.
I'll take your word. Kai'Sa? Okay.
Quick, wait, real quick. I'm just wondering, where would you have put K'Zante? I'm just wondering.
I would have put him I actually probably would have put him top of B as well. There was one K'Zante, I can't remember who it was, but he was actually pretty solid at existing in front of the person I wanted to hit, and it was very fucking annoying. But I don't think we were playing good champions. So
yeah,
being better than shit champions isn't that remarkable.
Yeah,
but I
he's
also
really good at that, though. I think he's really good at being better than bad champions, but he's not better than any of the good champions. So.
I can't see a lot of these people up here who do real damage, looking at K'Zante and going, "Shiver me timbers," you know? And I'm
yeah, exactly. What is it? Brian gonna care? He's just gonna press R.
Which is why I put him in B, because I think even here, an Asol would laugh at him, a Draven would kind of be this is taking longer than I would like, but I still kill you.
Corki, Armor Shred, and Poke.
Corki package.
Jace maybe cares?
Yeah.
Aurelion doesn't care.
Yeah. Would never.
Yeah. Kai'Sa. I think Kai'Sa's really good.
I think Kai'Sa's the exception to the ADC role. I think she's beyond insanely good. An easy type of good.
I agree. And it's kind of weird because really what makes Kai'Sa so good is her flexibility, actually. She does so many things, she does them all very well. But it's kind of weird because when you think of Kai'Sa, you think of her as either this kind of poke ADC or this assassin ADC. And ADCs are bad in this game mode. Assassins are bad in this game mode, and poke is generally fairly bad in this game mode. But she manages to blend them all together into this really hard to deal with, just really potent, powerful combination. And it's really annoying. Also, Kai'Sa's just broken as a champion right now, and that definitely carries through. Her damage is just really stupid.
And I think because she's one of the few characters that can benefit from both AD and AP extremely well.
Yeah. Her augment choices are really
She goes on both sides of the augment table and can build basically whatever she wants, depending on whatever augments she sees.
Yep.
Which is very invaluable if you want a consistent champion that can fucking kill basically anything and everything. I would argue that she's actually better than Gwen in that sense.
I agree. I think that the really big thing, I think there's no way that a competent Kai'Sa player isn't getting top 2 in almost every single game.
Yes, fully agree.
There are definitely lots of situations where it's hard for her to get first. But yeah, there are definitely lots of situations where first is hard for her. But there are very few situations where it isn't guaranteed top 2 and possible first place. Yep. Kalista. Not bad, but
I saw the weakness in her. I think so. it takes.
I mean, when I played her, I got ridiculous augments for her. Just really, truly stupid stuff. And it just takes way too long for her stacks to add up to meaningful damage. But I think she is one of the better ADCs. Just that's not saying a whole lot.
Much,
yeah. I think her main strength obviously is just her self peel kiting, and her ultimate is actually really useful.
Yes. Her ultimate is very useful.
I wasn't sure how useful her ultimate would feel in this game mode, actually.
It feels great being able to reposition with a knockout.
Yep.
And it's a long cooldown aspect is removed entirely when you have it every single round.
Yep. I think I would put her right about there. I don't expect her to stay top of B tier, but I think B tier is going to grow a lot.
Yeah.
It just has to do with the champions we have.
Champions.
Yep. All right, Karma.
Karma's
good.
She's not exactly a support. She's more of a I exist alongside you type of champion.
She's basically like a worse Mundo, if we're being honest, right? Like,
yes.
She's like a worse Mundo who has shields, like, and can give them to her ally if they need it. But
so there's no reason to ever go her AP build. Poke means nothing, and her poke is nowhere near good enough to warrant it. But
it would probably be really goofy for the first like 3 or 4 rounds, and then useless for the rest of the game.
But the full tank build actually becomes very hard for more champions than you would think to kill.
It gets really, really dumb.
Once again, the big issue with tank Karma is that usually it's on like a support salary, so she's not as tanky as she would like to be in given positions in the game. That doesn't fucking happen here. You get free items, so she's getting to 5-6 item Karma who's building like one enchantment item in full tank.
The big issue with like top lane Karma normally, there isn't like top lane Karma, there isn't like it's like you're thinking like pro play for Summoner Rift, right? It's this thing that's like showed up every once in a while across years, but it never actually looked that good. And it's because like the Karma gets really tanky because you actually get enough gold to get to that point, but you're not actually like doing anything for your team as like tank Karma in Summoner's Rift. You know, like your shields are negligible. You don't have CC to actually set up fights like tanks normally would. But in this game mode, you don't need to do anything besides stay alive. Like, that is enough. And she's good at that. So, it's definitely viable.
She's good. I would maybe even say, like...
I was thinking A tier.
Yeah.
I was thinking A tier.
I would say more towards the bottom side of it because she doesn't offer that damage or the reliability that you would like from a Mundo.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is, like, she really does feel like Mundo, but worse. But it's a lot worse. Like there's a big difference. And I think she's weird because she's actually fairly augment dependent. Like basically all you want is CDR and tank, and there's actually not that much stuff that there's a lot of options for CDR, but there's not that much stuff that actually makes her that much tankier as far as augments go, because a lot of the tank augments are like they expect you to already have like CC abilities or like tank abilities, and she doesn't really, so it's kind of awkward. Karthus.
Oh, so since they removed the ability to win post-mortem,
that makes him a lot worse, but I still think he's not bad.
Yeah.
I still think I don't think he's bad at all. I think you just play him with someone. I mean, I think you just go Leandries. You play with someone who can fight alone, and you get your ult off. That's really good damage as long as you can like wait till the circle gets small. You still don't win post-mortem, but you can wait till the circle gets small and force people to take damage from you after you die. And you can kind of put people into a bit of a lose situation. Like it's kind of like a staller, but light, if that makes sense. You know, where it's like you wait till the circle gets small and you force people to either fight and kill you and then still take a ton of damage from you, or not and take a ton of damage from you. But he doesn't do that well enough to really be super good, you know?
I would argue that he has the same exact problem that Evelynn does, is that the caveat is that you have to have a partner that can basically just 1v2 on his own. or you don't do anything. Because if you walk in early and die, they just walk away and get plants.
Yeah.
You're kind of putting way too much heavy
if you
lifting
die
on
early
the
as Karthus,
shoulders
you're useless.
of your teammates. And on top of that, his only self-peel is a wall that can slow, that can't slow dashes. So I think he does offer damage to the team. Evelynn doesn't do that, but I think he puts way too much pressure on your partner doing everything else.
I agree. Well, and also like the margin for error on him is fairly small because like if you get, it's very easy to get caught out early, and if you get caught out early, you're entirely useless.
Yeah.
So I agree. I think C tier makes a lot of sense.
I don't remember.
Kassadin.
That one went pretty bad. But I don't know if that was because Vex was garbage.
I did feel really useless.
I felt like I would have been able to do more if I wasn't like essentially solo focused.
Yeah,
but even still, like he doesn't blow people up like he needs to in this game.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't like. I think I actually said this when we were playing him. It's like he doesn't scale fast enough or hard enough to really work. You know, like
right.
And you lose early so hard. So
like
I
have
think
to be like a super
pretty
scaler
rough
at that point. It's a bit of a rough road for Mr. Kassadin.
Yeah.
I would still argue like he's a little bit more reliable than like even like Anivia.
I agree.
But
I agree.
Kind of on a rough road.
Yep. Katarina. We didn't play Katarina, but we saw
but we saw way too many good fucking Katarina.
I don't think she's S tier. I don't think she's
maybe not S.
But I do think A+.
But like she's insanely strong. She's like the best Omnivamp user.
Yeah, the Omnivamp is really ridiculous. The only thing that sucks for Katarina is obviously she's really bad into CC, and there's just a lot of CC.
Mm-hmm.
And that can really hurt her. And again, as for a lot of champions, she has no options into stall comps. But like I think she is better than most champions, and in most games she can get top 2 or first place.
Correct.
So, yep. Kayle. Another one we didn't get to play actually.
Yeah, this is one I actually wanted to confirm whether I thought she was top tier or really high tier. But
same.
We've seen a lot of games go the same way, where we go, haha, funny Kayle, level 3, easy win, round 1. They lose 2 health, and it doesn't matter because they got the round 8 with 6-item Kayle, and 6-item Kayle fucking obliterates one of us, and then we kind of just have to shrug our shoulders and go, yeah, that's
Kayle. yeah, exactly. She's definitely not top tier, right? Like she's definitely not. I think I personally would put her. I think I would put her right above Annie, but
like all the way up here. You think so?
I think so, but I mean, I think it's really hard to tell at that point.
Yeah.
Without
having the first-hand experience, I don't know.
But definitely in S tier for sure.
She's very. I would argue that this is pretty like top tier. I would argue that S is top tier.
When I say top tier, I mean like the super broken.
Yeah, the game changers.
Yeah.
Speaking of fucking,
she's top tier for normal stuff. I don't think I would put Kayn in triple S.
I wouldn't put him in triple S. I'd still put him like fucking here.
Or yeah, he's still really good. I think right below Allistar. Maybe right below Mundo, but I think he's right about there.
Maybe.
Super good. He was so ridiculously broken before the nerfs. The nerfs definitely like worked in the sense that he is no longer entirely broken and will just one-shot every champion in the game, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Unpunishable. Yeah.
Yeah, but still really, really silly. His damage output is just crazy. I honestly feel like they should nerf it again, if for no other reason. Well, I think they need to find a way to nerf the red form assassin Kayn and buff like normal Kayn stuff. You know, like I don't know how you do it, but they need to find a way to make blue form Kayn viable in some fashion because it's entirely useless, and they need to find a way to make red form viable as like bruiser red, like actually playing like what you expect red form Kayn to be. I don't know how they do that, but in his current state, you're just an assassin who can actually work, and it's the only one in the entire game.
Just because as it stands, the downside of assassins is that if the one combo doesn't happen, they are stuck in no man's land with nothing and like no more damage, no more energy, no more this, no more that. Kayn does 90% of your health bar and then presses ult and then does it again. It's not. It's fucking. And on top of that, he's healing, and on top of that, he's doing mad damage based on your HP. Which means
his cooldowns are really low, and
fucking, and then ability haste exists. I got the one that gives him the infinite cooldown. So at the end of the game, I was literally just pressing Q, and I was actually unkillable.
Yes, so crazy. If you get the double ult one, you just one shot both people in the game.
I don't know. I convinced myself.
Fucking, I think he's really, really good.
I convinced me. I think he's the best not game breaking champion. He's so close to game breaking again, even after the nerf.
It literally is just because of the nerfs. And the nerfs are like pretty heavy, by the way. I don't know if you ever actually looked at the differences. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember looking at it and being like, that's a lot of damage off of his ultimate. That's a lot. And it still feels insane with the Axiom Arc interaction.
So, and then I'll just leave this in for the people who didn't know, because this is a PBE exclusive. For the people who didn't know, when it first like came out on PBE, Axiom Arc is changed to where instead of like giving you cooldown on a kill, it just makes your ultimate deal a flat 25 or 20% more damage. I think they nerfed it.
25%.
It's still 25. They didn't even nerf that, so it's 25%. And if anyone knows anything about Red Kayn ult, it deals damage based on your health. And so it's just your health plus 25%. He would press ult and kill anything. And then he would get plants and do it to the second person. It was legitimately unfair. If that still existed, we would have a Z tier where Kayn is. But
it's so... Oh, God.
They nerfed the interaction. Everything else still exists, though. Like, it's still Assassin Kayn that heals and kills you.
Yep. And it's not like they nerfed it, but his ult still does a lot of damage. It's still good. It's not like they like, it's not like what they did to Zeri. Like, they didn't get rid of the interaction. It's just not one-shotting every champion in the game.
It's still the ultimate. And, at the end of the day, it's combined with his kit that allows him to be as dominant as he is. He is like the person who can legitimately dismantle a stall comp. He can kind of say that's funny and walk through a wall. No one else can do that.
Yeah, he walks through a wall, presses Q, R on the Heimerdinger, and kills them if they don't have Zhonya's. Yeah. And if they do have Zhonya's, he gets a plant, and does it again. Like
he's really fucking good. In case you didn't know from the placement,
Kennen. I thought Kennen was going to be really good. He's definitely good. Like he's definitely not bad at all. But I expected him to be top tier just like before I even played the game. And then once I started playing the game and once I actually played Kennen in the game mode, I realized very quickly he's not anything crazy. I think high B, low A is where I would put him.
He just doesn't do like enough damage.
Yeah, it's really hard for your damage output to... Normally, the way Kennen works in Summoner's Rift, right, is like... Well, and this is why like, Kennen has this kind of on and off pressure in pro plays, because like normally the way Kennen works is you get an individual advantage in lane that gives you a gold lead over the squishy champions in the game, and so you're ahead on item pace and you can actually one-shot them. You cannot do that in this game, and it really hurts him. So it hurts a lot of champions are like that, where like these are champions that are supposed to play from a position of being ahead. It's why most assassins are bad, right? So that's how assassins are supposed to work. You get kills early and snowball that into a gold lead, which means you can keep killing people later into the game. You can't do that in this game mode, so you're just kind of bad. I think Kennen isn't as bad as most champions that have that problem, but he's still not good.
Yeah, I think he's just okay. I think he's okay at best.
Yep. Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix, I actually think, is the argument for like some sort of unique tier. I know you don't want to do that, but I think there's just this massive caveat of Kha'Zix when paired with Mordekaiser, really good. Kha'Zix without Mordekaiser, not good.
Yeah, I would still. I'm not sure where I would put him based on that information alone, because like a lot of these characters are good regardless.
Yeah,
Kha'Zix has the caveat of like, this is a top tier team, but if one of them gets banned, both of them are useless. So it's very hard for me to put him
still
up
good
here.
If Kha'Zix is banned, but I think Kha'Zix.
No one has the interaction nearly as well as Kai.
No, yeah. That's why I say he is like the argument for some sort of unique tier. But if you don't want to do that, I think B tier makes a lot of sense.
I would,
and I don't think it matters where within B tier because he is so different. So,
maybe I would make it a unique tier for this, just because if one comp good. But I think that would play into just how bad he is, because like if one of them gets banned,
I think it makes more sense to think of it as just that's a weakness of his.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's his
that
strength, but also his weakness. Right. Yeah. Kindred. Getting one stack every round is so good. That's such fast pace compared to what you're used to on Kindred.
I still don't think it matters that much, unfortunately.
That's where I was leading to this. I was like, that's really good. Unfortunately, your champion just isn't that useful. I mean, you're an ADC. I don't know what else to say. Like, you have more mobility than other ADCs, which is nice. You also have like a little bit more burst than some other ADCs, which can be nice. But like, ultimately, at the end of the day, you still have all the same weaknesses that most ADCs do, and you're not bringing enough to the table. I think I would put her B or C tier. I don't know where within that.
I would put her like maybe here.
Come on, think of the Bard game though.
I'll think of the Bard game. I think having the ult is pretty good too. I think being able to for 4 seconds be like, listen, I'm gonna get your health down as low as I possibly can in these 4 seconds.
Yep, and there definitely are comps where that can be really strong. Kindred Kalista can work because of that, because you can use that time to buy Kalista time to stack spears and then pull them out right at the end of it. There is actually timing on that. If you're really good, I think you can actually pull it out like before the healing, because the healing like technically comes down on the frame after the immunity ends. So there's like you have a really specific time winning there. Yeah, like I said, you have really. I just remember seeing. Actually, this might have been changed. I just remember seeing a YouTube clip about this like years ago and seeing that being funny. And now this is the only situation where that seems like it would actually be useful. Kindred Gragas, I can see being a good stall comp, but it's never like better than the best stall comps. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Glad. Also just kind of okay.
So he was much better when he didn't have the cooldown on his remount, because you could just remount infinitely.
That kills him.
Yeah, there's a 30-second cooldown on his remount after the first remount.
And it doesn't get reduced. It's a flat cooldown. You can't reduce it with ability haste. You can't reduce it by hitting plants. Like, and that really kills him. It makes him really matchup dependent, and even before that he was matchup dependent. But before it was like in good matchups you're unkillable and you're gonna win for sure. And there's nothing they can do about it. Now it's like in good matchups maybe you have a chance.
It just doesn't do, I think, enough damage to justify having remount be as long as it is.
I agree.
So this is, I think, Kog'Maw might be where we are going to disagree the most. I think.
Okay. Really?
Yes, because I think.
Tell me what you think.
I think he's SSS. I think he's up here.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Yes. Okay, we do disagree, but we don't disagree that much. I think he's really good. I was thinking A+ or S tier.
Yes.
I don't think he's SSS.
I would argue that he's in this tier because SSS is you have to play around this champion.
Meta-defining, game-breaking. Yeah.
Kog'Maw quite literally invalidates 99% of the cast. I think
true.
Even without Milio, you have to be a Kale, a Kayn.
Master Yi.
Kayn, Kale, Yi. What? Jax, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Amumu, maybe, if it's being paired with someone.
Maybe.
Kai'Sa also maybe.
Kai'Sa maybe.
Camille.
Camille, yes,
can do
Camille is pretty solid against Kog'Maw. To even have a chance of winning that round from like
I see
round 2.
I see that logic.
If you aren't Master Yi, or if you aren't Camille, good fucking luck. Because he kills Allistar, he kills Mundo, he kills Cass, he arguably kills Kale, he destroys Annie, he kills Ivern, he kills Gwen, Aatrox, and everything under that. Absolutely obliterates without giving them a chance to fight back.
And there's so many augments that are really. I mean, literally, almost every augment in the game is really different. The only ones that aren't is like the enchanter augments. Like most of the tank augments, great. Like when you play Kog'Maw, you usually only build like half damage and then tank items anyway, because you have so much free damage, you can get that survivability. And so like cool, I'll survive longer as a Kog'Maw. That sounds great. AP, sure, cool. My abilities will do more damage. I have more poke. Great. AD, awesome. My infinite attack range is better. Great. Attack speed, movement speed, I'll kite better. Like it's just.
I think literally everything, and then removing the attack speed cap. It's so fucking good. It's so ridiculously good for this champion.
It goes so crazy, dude. That Kog'Maw Milio game was.
I would argue that Kog'Maw Milio is like top 2, maybe best team in the entire game, because I think with Milio that moves it from 99 to 99.8.
Yeah, the only like situation where Kog'Maw Milio loses is either there's some possible way where a champion can actually one-shot your Kog'Maw, which is not very often, right? Like through Milio shields and heal and cleanse and heal and stuff, right? Or maybe on some maps, stall comps can be a bit of a problem. Actually, Shaco Teemo are always going to be a problem for Kog'Maw, I think. But Heimerdinger,
I would
only on some maps.
I would heavily argue against Shaco at the very least.
Really?
Yes. So I think we played against 2 different Shakos, and then I saw Kog'Maw in another game that was playing against a Shaco, where this is like the matchup where Kog'Maw fucking laughs at you and then walks forward, because you're coming out of invisibility eventually. And when you are, I'm fucking obliterating you.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to wait
true.
for overtime. Sure, I walk into a box. Who gives a shit? You're not killing me.
That's true.
And I'm killing you.
So it really is just Teemo. I think Heimerdinger on some maps, like if Heimerdinger can have a place to put his turrets in bushes, it can be hard. But if not, obviously Kog'Maw just outranges them and doesn't care.
I think it's literally just Teemo, and if it's Milio Kog'Maw, I even think Teemo doesn't do anything against him, because he can't get close enough to land the blind, and even if he does, Kog'Maw walks away and then runs up again.
The big struggle with Milio Kog'Maw to Teemo is like I think it's really hard for Kog'Maw to stop Teemo from stalling out and making him walk into shrooms, right? But the problem with that is that this Kog'Maw's going to have a Milio sitting on him who has shields and ult and W, and the Teemo damage isn't going to kill him through that before the blind ends and Kog'Maw kills this Teemo, you know? There's no way you're actually going to kill him, right? But I think without the Milio, that definitely can't happen.
Yes. I think without the Milio, the range difference is enough to where he can not take too many shots before landing the Q, and then he's close enough for his teammate to maybe follow up. With the 20% range advantage, you're taking like 90, 70, 60, even at the worst case scenario, half your health before you even start the Q animation.
And you're getting knocked back by Milio, and it's so awful.
No, I think Kog'Maw is game warping.
Yeah, no, I think you've actually convinced me. I think you have convinced me.
Yeah.
He's really funny.
He's funny really, guy. Really not very funny when you're playing against him, because you look at whatever he's
very
with.
Funny when you're playing with or as him, and you just get to see him slaughter people, like shooting bullets out of his mouth at 1 million bullets per second from 3 miles away, just like.
Actually, a walk in the park. I'd say if you're trying to climb, you just go Kog'Maw Milio every time, and if they ban your shit, you have like, I don't know, fucking Commord, and if they ban that shit, you also have just like anything with game.
Honestly, I think the real issue with this game mode is there's such a big difference between the broken stuff and the not broken stuff that and there's so much stuff that's broken that it's never gonna, like, there's no possible way to ban all the broken stuff, you know?
No, unfortunately not. You ban the Teemo, and some for some reason everyone else just lets Heimerdinger slip. You ban Heimerdinger, and then they let fucking Kog'Maw Milio slip or Kog'Maw Yi slip.
You ban Heimerdinger, you play into Teemo Jax.
It just doesn't feel. There's just too much. You have to deal with something, or you become the something you deal with.
Yep. LeBlanc.
Good. I think she's one of the better mages because she has a very easy in and out style.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't put her A tier, but I can see it. I think B tier makes more sense to me, but I don't think A tier is like griefing by any means.
I think she would. I personally think she does enough like consistent damage with not even like landing like full combo, just WQQ and then and then just going out, getting plants and doing it again.
Yeah.
She's very hard to lock down for a lot of these champions up here. But she does suffer against quite a few. Like, good luck. You know, like she kills like this. It's very hard for Kai'Sa to lock her down, Gwen to lock her down. Even Camille has to like guess on the timing on your jump back or force you to go back. Good luck. That type of beat. I think she's solid against more characters than not.
Yep. I think that's fair. Lee Sin, another champion I initially was thinking about this game. I was like, he's gonna be crazy good, both from playing as him and playing against him. He's not like terrible, but he just doesn't feel good. Like he just kind of exists. Like his damage output isn't anything special. The ultimate, there's some situations like an overtimer can be really good, but like more often than not, the ultimate, you're just probably looking for an angle to kick a teammate through another teammate and Q after in. Like you're looking to like Q R and then kick him through someone, then Q back in, and then E, you know? And like, yeah, you can do that, but that's not, like, it's not usually winning you the fight. Getting an insec isn't usually winning you the fight. You can only insec every other round more often than not because there's no ward hops and unless people are like letting you just walk behind them, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
that is another thing. You only get flash every other round.
Yeah, I think he struggles. I think he struggles a lot. There's so much CC in this game mode, which, you know, Lee Sin famously sucks at playing into CC. I think he was another champion that I really had high hopes to be crazy good, and he's just not. He's just not. Yeah, I think right about there makes sense.
Not very useful. Not very useful.
Yep. Leona, on the other hand, pretty good. Pretty good.
I mean, if you want to go in, this is your best shot at doing it.
Yep. That's all she does, which is her big weakness, right? Like,
I think, you know, having damage is pretty important when there's only two of you. But she locks down a lot more consistently than the other, like Braum's and the Blitzcranks.
Yeah.
To where you can kind of get away with killing one person at a time when you have her, as long as your teammate doesn't die quick.
Yep. I think B tier makes a lot of sense. I think she can be anywhere. I personally, I think I would put her like right below
she
Kennen.
Legitimately be anywhere.
But I really.
I think it's like here.
Yep. Lilia. Lilia, we did. We played her, and I know we played against her at least one or two times.
This Tom.
Yeah, and it felt good. I was playing the Lilia. It felt good. She's not crazy. She's like A tier at best, I think. It's really hard for me to place her though. She's one of the champions that we didn't see a lot of, and so it's really hard to get a good feel for her consistency. You know. Because in the one game we played, it felt good, but I felt like I had good augments and favorable matchups. So that can definitely like not be the standard.
Right. I think she does bring quite a bit to the table with the sleep.
Yep.
But I just think her damage might be a little bit lacking in her ability to, even though she's very quick to like actually close that initial gap is pretty difficult.
Yeah. I think the sleep is her biggest thing. It's actually it's one of the few champions who has some sort of option into the hyper stallers. Because if you can land a long range E and get the sleep off early, you can just kill them before they set up, which is really good. There's not a lot of champions that can really do that, but even that's not super reliable. It's possible, but it's not like
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Yep.
Might be. Maybe low A. She might be a
Yeah.
cut above the Jib, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Now that I'm looking at it and like thinking like how she compares to like K'Sante, Jarvan, etc. I'm like, I think she does belong a tier above them, but she's definitely not she's not better than anyone else in A tier.
Yeah, no.
Lissandra, honestly, very similar situation I think to Lilia. She offers a lot, but almost not enough. You know, like
Right.
like you have so much CC and engage options and also damage, and you're like, yeah, that sounds really great, but then you realize most of the time you're not actually killing people. It's not that hard for people to stop your engage and to just play away from you. It's not that hard for people to kill you. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think burst champions really kind of falter in this game mode.
Yep.
With once again how many tanky augments you get and how tanky people build and play like anyway. So you have to be able to kind of do more than that initial burst. And I don't think Lissandra has enough to stay alive long enough. She's more of a in team fights and like 5v5, she can go to the back line and then go look at me and then stop looking at me with her ultimate.
Yeah. But in this
doesn't
game,
really
like, people just don't care that much.
Yeah, they definitely will stop looking at you and kill the other guy.
Yeah,
that's existing.
That being said, I think she's B tier. I don't think she's lower than B tier.
Still, like, it's still good. Like having AoE stuns.
Yeah.
A reliable
and
gap
her damage
close.
output is not negligible. It's nothing crazy, but it's there.
It's certainly there. Yes, and I think she is one of the few champions that has something good against the stallers, because she is one of the few that can just directly through the wall and just point and click, put the Heimerdinger or whoever's stalling in an ice block, giving their teammate enough time to jump onto them.
The big issue with Heimerdinger is the staller that's like in theory good into that kind of dive counter, because he can just buy Zhonya's and then you're taking damage while you're sitting there waiting for him. But even if he gets the Zhonya's off, you can actually just ult yourself and then W out and still lock him down a little bit and usually kill him as long as you have some sort of burst follow up from your teammate. She's definitely very playable into the stallers, which is a nice benefit.
But against everyone else, so much.
It's just not that good. It's just all right. Lucian, as the Lucian player, I will let you do that. Honestly, I don't have a real opinion on him. I think he's not terrible. That's my only opinion on him.
So I will say, so we played the one game as Lucian Skarner. And
that was mostly just me experimenting with Skarner for the Spires. I think we did well, right? I think we got
third.
Oh, really? I thought we got second.
Granted, we were playing against pretty heavy hitter teams. It was Kai'Sa Wukong and then Taric Skarner. And then the round we lost against the Taric Skarner, they just got the pillar.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember that. It was the 50-50 Spire, and we just lost it, and we could never take it back because they would just stand on it. And
that's a bit tough. But that kind of alludes to a bigger issue with Lucian, is that he's kind of all flash and no substance. He once again is better playing from an advantage than a disadvantage. I think Riot has actually done a really good job at making him scale at a reasonable level back before like the item changes. After 2 items, literal worst champion in the entire game. Now he does scale well with items, but even still, it's not well enough to kill like a actual frontline that now has 25% extra resistances and 1,000 extra health, and is or Allistar.
Well, he almost kind of has that assassin problem where he's a champion that in Summoner's Rift he scales well, but his real strength in Summoner's Rift is his ability to win lane and then transition that into an item lead and scale well with those items. Kind of like Draven, right? Similar idea.
Yeah.
But in this game mode, he can't actually get that item lead, and from even, Lucian doesn't feel that good at almost any state in the game. He's not like terrible, but he just doesn't feel that good.
It pains me to say, I don't think he's that good at all.
Why is GP B tier? Huh?
Hey bro, get the fuck out of here. I'm recording. 2v2. It's the 2v2 tier list.
Ah, okay. Goodbye.
You can say if you want. Being a dick.
Oh no, I'm just gonna be like, hey, that person's pretty cool.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Anyway, Lulu. All right, Lulu.
Did we get it? We got a Lulu game, right?
We went. It was
Lulu
Nasus though.
Not a good look for
definitely
Lulu. No, I didn't learn anything about Lulu from that game. I just learned Nasus fucking sucked.
I did just from playing her. I got somewhat of a feeling for her. I mean, it definitely, like, feels very different not playing through Nasus, but at least I got an idea of like how impactful my shields feel, how impactful my polymorph feels. I think she was a champion. It's just another one of the champions. When I first started this game mode, I was really worried about being super broken. I hate Lulu. She's one of my most hated champions in the game, and the big reason I hate Lulu is because as a support player who likes to fight and kill people in lane, it's so hard to do that into Lulu. And I really saw that, like, I'm used to 2v2ing into Lulu and it being impossible. And so I'm thinking this is a 2v2 game mode. That might be a big problem. But this game feels so different than that. Like, the situations in which you're fighting and the options Lulu has are much more limited. She just doesn't feel that good. Especially compared to a lot of other enchanters, she's just worse. She's just worse than Ivern. She's just worse than Milio. She's just worse than Janna. She's maybe not just worse than Yuumi. Yuumi is much more like a team comp dependent, I guess, if that makes sense.
Who she's on dependent?
Yeah. Exactly. Like, but she definitely does not feel very good. I think she's C tier. That's where I'd put her.
I would argue still better than all the C tier champions. I put her like bottom B.
It's weird. I was looking at the opposite. I'm looking at all the B tier champions. I think she's worse than all of them. But now that I'm looking at the C tier champions, I think she's better than all of them. So I don't know.
Here, I got us.
the Lulu tier. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking doing this. I'm putting her in B tier.
I think that's totally fine. Yeah. I think she is definitely, like, she's top of C, bottom of B. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Lux.
I knew she was
shit. Not as
useless
as I thought she was gonna be. Still useless.
Yeah, I knew she was shit. Her weaknesses are completely obvious. She's exactly the same as ADCs, in which she just requires someone to be in front of her. And she needs something to walk back towards, like a handy dandy tower. You don't fucking have that, and you don't have any peel whatsoever.
Yep. The things that make Lux not as easy as I thought she was going to be is her E and W value is actually pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else about her, really bad. It's really easy to just lock her down and kill her. Even if you don't lock her down and kill her, it's really easy to just lock down her teammate and kill them before her damage is anything like important. Yeah, she sucks.
She's more of a like a constant barrage type of mage, like a Xerath, which just is throwing stuff out constantly.
Yeah,
you just feel bombarded when you do that because you just don't have a turret to walk back to.
Yep. Malphite, on the other hand, pretty good. To be fair, I got very dumb augments for Malphite on the Malphite game we played.
Yeah.
But even without those, it's very easy to. I mean, you have to play AP Malphite, right? Tank Malphite is useless in this game mode. You just play AP Malphite with someone who can burst off of him, like we did Orianna. I think there's lots of other options, though. It doesn't have to be Orianna. And it's pretty reliable to be able to just one-shot a person and then get plants and one-shot the next person. Like, that is pretty easy to do,
Yeah.
I think he's really good. I think he's high A+, low S tier.
Yeah. I would argue he does have quite a few weaknesses, particularly the people above him.
Yeah. But I also think he has a lot of strengths into people above him. I think his biggest strength is into stallers, right? I mean, he's literally the best champion in the game at just one-shotting someone who's trying to stall out. Like, you're just gonna kill them, and it's very funny.
And then the also argument against it is that you only have flash every other round. I think this is also one of the great points about Kog'Maw too. Back to him. You have to save your flash for the Kog'Maw round, or you just lose. And I think to an extent Malphite also has that, but I think unlike Lissandra or some of the people that like Kayn, their damage straight up isn't Zanyasable. His is.
That really is.
It's reactable. Issue. Like if there's a Malphite on the team and the arenas are obvious, so it's like he's standing in that bush or he's behind this wall. I'm holding the flash button if I see anything. And then if that happens, well, shit. Now Malphite's in front of you, and now he doesn't have an escape option.
Yep. I agree. That does hurt him a lot. I think like honestly, I think the Zhonya's is the biggest point. I think literally if Zhonya's Hourglass wasn't an item in this game, I think he'd be S tier.
Yes, absolutely.
Because Flash every other round is really good for him because, like I said, it forces people to save Flash for the Malphite round. And then like even if you do that, it's not like the majority of players aren't flashing Malphite ult 100% of the time. They like decent players can do that, but it's not like it's not a super high level of consistency, right? And so even if they are saving it, you still have a chance. But Zhonya's is much easier to react with, and you can use it every single round, which is really good.
Yeah. Against the game warpers, he has a very unique advantage. Against the other people, I would argue that he has a unique disadvantage.
Yeah,
against like enchanter teams.
Yeah.
Fucking good luck. The tank teams, double bruiser teams. They just they don't really care about Malphite. But specifically against the stallers, he has that unique advantage, which places him pretty high.
I mean, any single damage comp team, right?
Yes, frontline, backline, he is very strong against.
Yep.
But, all right. Solid.
Yeah. Mouse.
Now, to be fair, I'm not a Malzahar player, so I was missing a lot of silences. I notoriously ban Malzahar every game in any game mode ever that I can press the ban button on. I hate playing against the 2.5 second point and click silence. And to be fair, it's still a 2.5 second point and click.
I think he's terrible.
But it's a silence that's interruptible is the issue.
There it is. That is literally the whole problem. As we've said so many times, there's so much CC in this game mode. CC is very powerful. So many of the good champions have CC. And like, who cares if you can silence someone when they're just going to interrupt it immediately and then kill you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He struggles into most competent teams. The only caveats is that he has another slightly unique advantage in the stall comps because he can just send his minions into places and they can just do all the dirty work for him. He has a unique advantage against frontline backline. Since he doesn't actually have to go for the backline, he just presses ult on the guy standing in front of him, and he has a teammate who can, more likely than not either kill the backline or just start hitting the front line and then make it to where they can just kill him instead. But against what is you're most often going to see enchanter teams, double bruiser teams, some asshole running Andy Yorick, some asshole running Kale in any sense of the word, Gwyn's, Camille's, Katarinas standing next to another Bel'Veth Aatrox. He can't do anything because you hit one and the other person goes, that's fucking funny, CC. And now that 2.5 turns into 0.5.
Yeah. And just think about anytime you see Malzahar in a pro game, what makes him useful is his ability to pick people off when they're out of position and get picks across the map like that, right? That is, and typically it's outnumbered and out of position. Like if someone is roaming down from mid at a bad time and you have your jungler in your bush, you can just kill them for that, right? Big strength for him in normal games and pro play. That's not a thing in this game mode. You're almost never fighting where you outnumber someone else. You're almost never fighting where someone is that far caught out of position. And so it's just, you just don't bring that much.
Yep. Unfortunately, or fortunately for me, I think
Yeah,
I
was about
might
to say,
actually
yeah,
be able to
very
stop
fortunate.
banning him. But he's like a competent C.
Oh,
Like,
really?
in be- in
I
between.
would put him D tier, honestly. But
I think just because of his unique advantage against some of the more prevalent.
yeah, that's
champions.
fair. That's fair. That's a fair point.
He deals way more than these fuckers, and does
That's
way
true.
more than these people.
No,
So.
yeah, that's really true. Now that I'm actually looking at the champions, yeah, 100%. 100%. Okay, all right.
One might even
yeah,
argue that he is the best tank, but
I mean, it's him or Allistar, right? And
yes, I think the difference
but
between him and
they're
Allistar.
weird. They're good at different things, actually.
Well,
like-
really, how would you argue that?
Well, because Allistar is really tanky for not that long, but he's really good at like picking when he fights and making sure he's tanky for the fight that matters, if that makes sense, right?
Mhm.
Maokai just can fight forever and never die, and he doesn't care how the fight starts or when it happens. he can just fight you. But like for that window of time where Allistar is better. Allistar's also better at stalling out and playing around overtime, right? But that being said, I
Yes.
do think he's better than I think he actually is better than Allistar. I think Maokai's so
yeah.
stupid.
That makes a lot of sense.
He's really ridiculous.
Allistar can force that overtime better, but if he ever gets to overtime, there is not a chance in hell that anyone short of Mundo with perfect augments can stop him.
Yeah.
I think the onus is on the people playing against Maokai to get anti-Maokai tech, or be Kog'Maw, or be like a very, very strong staller. Even then, if Maokai, I think another thing is that Allistar can't really explode on good augments. If Maokai gets the
Maokai
correct
can go
augments,
crazy.
he is unkillable.
He can go so ridiculous.
There's the immobilize gives him 4% HP. There's fucking ability haste on infinite ability haste. I'm literally everything.
There's so many. Anything that amps healing, anything
the heal and
that's,
shield, all the enchanter stuff is insanely good on him. Using dashes or anything
so
gives
good,
him armor
dude.
and MR.
He's so good. Yeah.
If there was a champion that turns from funky healer to I can't. This Thornmail is doing literally nothing. it will be Maokai. Mundo's good because he doesn't need augments to get to that stage. It's built into his kit. Maokai's good because it's built into his kit, and then the augments make it to where his kit fundamentally breaks the game.
He doesn't even need to get to that point. He provides so much value, even if you don't get the insane amount of healing augment synergy. You know,
he also can straight up start the fight for his teammate, walk up to whoever he needs to. W them, point and click, try to dodge it, you fucking idiot. Cue them forward towards his teammate, and then do it again, all while being unkillable.
The only map that like feels at all bad for him at later stages of like when the circle starts to get smaller is the one with the big bush in the bottom, because it's hard for you to get to empowered ease. But even that doesn't matter that much. Like you're losing out on damage, but that's just because of how good he is on the other maps of that stage in the game. You know, like he's still very good. You're just not as broken. He's he's crazy. Yep.
Insanely good. Borderline, right next to Kane in the borderline game breaking.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he quite makes it there, but he's really close. Master Yi. I don't know that Moonstone tech though.
That Moonstone tech was certainly funny. Killing people is also incredibly funny too.
He's very good. I think I would put him the top of A+ or maybe an S tier. I think the argument for S tier is his ability to rush down stalls, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the argument for S tier, but I think in most, like, if you think about the matchup into most of these S tier champions, he actually doesn't win it, right?
Yeah. Against like the real good champions, Master Yi actually stands next to no chance. If he's looking like staring down the barrel of a Maokai, fucking good luck. Point and click CC, invincible to auto attacks, enchanter, Amumu. He
Yeah.
fucking obliterates Kai'Sa.
Oh yeah, he'll kill the guys for sure.
He actually will kill Cassiopeia because he's one of the few champions that can kind of just walk through miasma. He doesn't really have to Q. He can after he gets out of miasma.
because like as long as she has ult, she'll just ult him and kill him in the stun. Like,
What? That's really that's more of a 50-50, isn't it?
well, if he's going through miasma,
Right. If he's chalk committed to going through miasma, then yeah, you know, easy ult. But you know, that's more of like a skill difference than anything. Because you can walk backward at any time.
Yeah, I agree. I think the matchup is I think Cass into Yi is
more of a skill matchup.
I think like if we're saying both of these are really high, like very skilled players, I think Cassiopeia should win it more often than Master Yi. But
I would argue that it wouldn't be
on an average
close.
Skill level. I think it's actually the opposite. So
I think even more towards the high tier. I think if the Yi understands that, you know, if I fake as though I'm walking through this, because the movement speed slow, it's not that much on the Cassiopeia.
It doesn't affect it doesn't affect like turning. Well, and the movement speed slow doesn't matter when he presses alt. Like that's nothing.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I either way, I think Master Yi is very good.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think top of A+ or like bottom S tier, I think makes a lot of sense.
One of the few that invalidates ADC. Well, not really one of the few. One of the many that invalidates ADCs. If the Master Yi exists, he just obliterates him.
One of the few that can really invalidate Kog'Maw.
To an extent, I would agree. Yes.
It really, I think that depends a lot on the Kog'Maw pairing and like assumably
who's the pairing?
And then the augments around that, like and the pairing with the Yi and all that. But I think like as a direct champion counter, he's probably one of the best, if not the best in the game. It's like Kog'Maw. It's like him and Malphite, right? Like
he has the best shot at stopping the Kog'Maw from doing what he's doing.
Yep.
But against much of the other ones, he does tend to struggle a bit. Against these higher tiers. Now he is still one of the best DPSs in 2v2s. It's just that
Moonstone is funny.
Yeah, the Moonstone build is funny. But you know, without the true damage E getting, you know, it's not going to be online 100% unless you go for ability haste stuff. He will tend to struggle against some of the heavy hitter tanks and then some of the higher CCs, which you will see pretty often. It's up to the Master Yi to dodge
the CC
with Q.
Is the bigger issue.
Yeah.
But ever since they made the change where you can pick where you come out of Q, you have more options around that. It's still like
still pretty tough.
It's still hard, but at least it's not like where it was before, where it's just like, oh, you press Q and then they're just going to CC you out of your Q and you can't do anything about it. So.
Still very strong.
Little
very, very strong.
Yep. Milio. I mean,
we talked about him.
I think he's really good.
We've talked about him before.
Just really good. Yeah. I don't think there's much else to be said.
Yeah. So
really
the Kog'Maw one on its own, I think would put him in the S tier. But it's also the fact that he kind of does well against with a lot of other champions, having a cleanse, having a heal that follows you. Enchanters existing with these dumbass augments that make him tankier, so you can't, you can't really kill him. And then he shields his teammate, and it's this and that. It's just he's very hard to kill. I would actually argue like just these two kind of hand in hand.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, very good.
All right. Who's next?
MF.
I
know this also has the GP effect for me.
Yeah.
Just
every
because every MF went AP and
useless.
sucked cock and balls. I want to no. There was one MF that killed me. You remember the Kha'Zix game? The MF just straight up beat me in a 1v1.
Yeah, that was very surprising.
And that was the AD build.
Yeah.
I don't know what augment she had.
I thought that was going to be my question. She might have gotten some really good augments. I don't know. I can't see her breaking out of A or B tier. It's kind of the GP effect, right? Where it's like, we don't have a good grasp on her, but pure theory craft wise, I can't see her getting better than that. I can see her getting into A tier. I don't, from my experience, I don't think she is in A tier, but I can maybe see it's possible. But I just can't see her getting better than that.
Yeah. Oh, leave her as is, I think.
Yeah. Mordekaiser. I think Mordekaiser's really good. I think he's basically just a worse Swain who has the Kha'Zix interaction. I mean,
Yeah.
like
Being able to force 1v1s
yeah.
in a 2v2 is very good.
Yep.
If your teammate wants a 1v1, if you're specifically like frontline, backline comps, good luck trying to do anything against this. Like you would have to like run GA or Zanya's or something inside Mordalt to deal with it.
Also stall comps he's really good into because you can just press R on them and say, "Hi, you're gonna fight me in here." Like
they lose all of their basic their safety pretty much. Heimerdinger loses his turret, Shaco loses clone. Granted, he doesn't lose the ability to press Q, go invisible, and then put another box standing right next to you. You know, Shaco's probably the easiest one to avoid Morden. But Teemo loses like his shrooms. He can blind the Mord. It's hard for Mord to kill that person, but your teammate probably should be like killing the guy that's next to the staller, unless the staller went for like a bruiser teammate or something like that.
Yeah. I think that's about enough said about Mordekaiser. I think without the Kha'Zix interaction, he's probably A+, but because of it, I think it pushes him into S tier. I think, Morgana. Dude, Morgana is very weird because she's actually in some ways she's like the most supportive champion in this entire game mode because she doesn't offer very much of herself, but Black Shield can just change how champions can play so much. It really makes a huge difference.
So her matchup spread against these guys
it's really mixed,
both
actually.
Uniquely very good and very bad, because Black Shield against most of the Magic champions does nothing because they just burn through it and then they CC you. But against like the AD champions of the Aatroxes, things that want to like they rely on CC, having a Morgana that Black Shields you and then presses Q on the guy standing in front of her gives basically your partner a full 3.5 or 4 or maybe even 5 seconds to just destroy the other person.
It's really
but if that doesn't happen, you know, like she has to land the Q. I think in the Morgana game it was Morgana Talon.
Yeah, it was. It was the only way it's literally the only way that Talon can be at all, even a little bit viable.
Yeah, I would argue that the fact that we won speaks volumes about how good Morgana actually is.
100% agreed. 100% agreed.
Being able to turn what would arguably be one of the worst champions in 2v2 into we won the game.
That's pretty big.
Kind of is pretty big.
To be fair, we were playing into the only other like really competent team in that game was a front to back team. Obviously good for Talon and good for Morgana.
Yeah.
And the game we weren't winning until I got Vanished for Talon, which is a big augment.
Another double up. Yeah.
But still, I think it's a fair point that Morgana is very good. Just like I said, Black Shield really changes how you can play things out, and it gives lots of champions options that they wouldn't normally have, and that's a really big deal.
I'd imagine she has a very good pairing with someone like Master Yi.
And
then he runs forward. And then
I'm sure Master Yi's crazy. And there's a lot of good ones, right? Like Jax, Master Yi, Camille, Aatrox,
Kane, maybe.
Katarina, actually.
Oh, actually, yeah, Katarina would.
Yeah, that's actually really crazy.
I might even like drag her above.
Yeah, I definitely put her. I think I would actually put her right below Asol, honestly.
Really, I can actually see it.
It really is just the Black Shield value, right? Like nothing else she does is better than what the rest of the champions do. But Black Shield is so crazy. But it is very matchup dependent. There are definitely some matchups where Black Shield doesn't really help you hardly at all. So it's tough.
Very tough, but I think she's much better than I thought she would be.
Yeah, no, 100% agreed. Okay, who's next?
Nefiri.
I really don't have a good feel for Nefiri still.
New champion. I've seen him do nothing, and I've seen him do everything. So I really don't know.
Yeah, I played her twice, both in the 2v2 game mode. One with you, one with my brother. In one of the games, I felt really useless. In the second game, I didn't feel useless, but it didn't feel crazy. But again, like I just don't have a good grasp on the champion. I'm still figuring out how to play her to any degree, and I feel like whenever I see her, it feels like people are in that same state, you know?
Right. So it's hard to be like champion bad when people are still like, they just got their hands on the champion. I don't think they're playing her to the highest level. I will say once again, there was one Neferi that just killed. Like there was one that I thought did play very well, and then because of that,
just went crazy.
Just like we just died. So I can see this being another exception to that assassin rule.
Yeah.
Maybe like high A.
I think her shield is really good. Compared to other assassins, like she just has more survivability, and more like, she has lower cooldowns than a lot of assassins, so she actually isn't as useless in long fights. I think A tier.
I want to give her the benefit of the doubt more than anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's very much that's placing like trust in the fact that she will perform better when people learn how to play her.
Right.
Nami. Man, I don't even know what to call Nami anymore. She's like, I guess she's kind of an enchanter, but she doesn't really, I don't know. She's a weird champion. Her W is really good. And nothing else she does is, or her E rather, not her W. Her E is really good. Nothing else she does is really that crazy. I think she's one of the few enchanters that are just kind of okay.
Yeah, Bubble's relatively hard to hit.
You
The
can
wave
get a
is just
good
the worst
ultimate,
Janna, to be honest.
but you can. It's definitely, it's not hard to get a two-man wave, but like a two-man wave isn't winning you the fight very often.
Yeah. Or even buying you enough time to turn it around, I think.
Yeah, her only advantage is the E making auto attack slow, and that is nice, but like
with the augments, you can do far more in this game.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Nasus. Bad.
So hold on, I'll get the exact number because I have my game sort of pulled up.
Oh yeah. How many stacks did you get?
On how many stacks you get per round? Because I believe it's question. A flat amount every round.
That's interesting. I think they should. I think they should make it scale, like
more or less.
More stacks. I think it should be like more stacks gained every round, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like, as the game goes on, you're getting stacks faster.
So it's 50 stacks every round. Every round you get 50 stacks.
Okay.
Not
enough.
No.
Yeah. Like that's just not that much.
By round, let's just say 9. I'm at 454 stacks. 450. I was actually at 450 stacks. What is that in relation to a normal game? Like 15, 20 minutes in? Like
probably about
like,
20 minutes is like, if it's a good Nasus that had a good landing phase, you're probably about 400 stacks at around 20 minutes. That's
round 9's late game. Like the game is ending round 9. Round 9 it's like 8 damage per loss. So you need to be like
and that's like
at that point.
That's the point when Nasus really comes online in the normal game.
Right.
So
and that just didn't happen. Now, granted, it was Lulu Nasus. I think it was terrible for both parties involved.
It's a really bad pairing. I don't know what we were thinking, man.
We were trying to get every single champion played before it came out. Unfortunately, I don't think either of them truly got a good showing. I think with either Hard TT or another Bruiser, Nasus does better. He still doesn't do
I
that
think
much.
His big benefit is actually just his ultimate. Like he just gets really tanky and you can't just ignore him.
Yeah.
Which like that is a strength if you have another person on your team that also can't be ignored. The issue with our team comp is that they would just ignore me and kill you.
Ignore.
Or ignore you and kill me. You know, like they just need to kill one of us and they could do it without dying. If you're playing him with someone else that's in a similar situation where it's like, if you ignore me, I'm going to kill you. He's probably better, but I still think he's pretty bad. I think B tier is very generous. Honestly, I think he's C tier at best.
I would once again give him more benefit than doubt, simply because of how. So the ult gives like fucking, isn't it like 80 resistances both sides? It's a lot, and then like 500 health, and then his Q's on like a 0.2 second. It's fucking ridiculous.
Man, those I think it's just the stacking thing. It just means
The
you don't actually
stacking's-
care if he can't die because his
Yeah.
damage output is so nothing.
Stacking is so it's legitimately low. It's too
Yeah.
low. It's too
Yeah,
low to
yeah.
warrant him being.
No, yeah, like literally, like you're a 6-item Nasus with 400 stacks. A 6-item Nasus should have like 800 or 900 stacks. Like
Right.
you literally should have like double what you had, and there's not like really anything you can do to change that.
Yeah. No plants, no minions. Like I mean, you can't stack on plants. Doesn't happen. No minions. So your only way of getting stacks is by killing. You get 6. Doesn't matter. Or you know
Yeah.
the 50 per round. So there's nothing you could do to increase that damage yourself. So he's kind of up to Riot on how good he is.
Yep. Nautilus. I
Not
don't know, man.
awful.
Better than Leona.
Better than Leona for sure. Not by
I
much,
mean,
I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah. He's B tier. He
Slightly
exists.
worse engaged for
The
slightly
ultimate
better
is
peel.
nice. The point and click ult is nice. It's useful.
But I think the issue is that Nautilus's ult gives the person time to prepare.
Yeah.
Like, unlike in 5v5s, when you ult the right person, everyone else is getting knocked up. It's the ADC panicking. Oh shit! I got to get the fuck out of here. And this one,
I do think. Yeah, there's also. Nautilus. A lot of times you're trying to play around vision. You're trying to play for lollipop, like weird hook angles around wall corners and stuff like that. There's not a lot of options for that in this game mode. The walls, I couldn't figure out. I played a lot of Nautilus. I'm pretty familiar with how to like hook around corners. I couldn't figure out hardly any angles that really felt useful. Like on the ice map, there's one where you can kind of hook around the center wall with where the bush is. You can kind of hook around that a little bit, but they have to be standing like right on the corner of it for that to work. He's just, I don't know. He's just not that good. That's all there is to say about it, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'll keep him where he is.
Nico.
Nico.
Did we play a Nico game?
We did.
Okay.
That I don't
Can't remember it. I don't remember.
I remember having double ult and then transforming into a plant.
I remember that too. Actually, I remember you turning into a Blasco, which was very funny.
not a lot of room for deception in the 2v2 game mode, I don't think.
No, but I don't think it matters. I mean, I think her ult is really good. I think she's good. I don't think she's not crazy. She's not. I think she's A tier. Is exactly where I put her. I think
I put her like low A, high B. Maybe like here because I don't
really.
Think,
I think she's better, but I would actually put her right below Morgana, but
I think no way she's
really.
there.
I think the big thing is she has so much. There's so many augments that are game breaking on her, if that makes sense. Double ult is ridiculous.
Which ones?
Double ult is ridiculous. Jeweled Gauntlet is ridiculous. Schaefer is ridiculous. The ability haze scaling off of AP is ridiculous. It's really just those 4 actually, but
I think
all 4 of those
like
are
the
ridiculous.
main 4.
Schaefer is the stupidest one. Schaefer is so dumb.
Yeah.
As long as you're playing with anyone with a dash, you just get a Nico ult on champion with a dash, which is cool. That's fun.
Yeah. So we got the double ult one, and it just I don't think it mattered. I don't think it's like game breaking. I think even with a lot of those augments, her real issue is once again, she doesn't offer. She's more bursty than consistent, and that just doesn't fly against most of the actual champions.
Yeah. That's very fair.
Compared to even in the A tiers, like burst damage, but she can in and out, and she's not in danger when she does it. In and out, and you're fucking consistent. Fucking hard to hit, really, and good damage.
Yeah.
Like characters that
yeah.
at the very least can do more consistent damage than her.
Yep. Yep. That's a very fair point. All right. Nidalee.
Really?
Another one I thought was going to be terrible, but I don't think is terrible. I don't think she's that good,
Yeah,
but she's not awful.
I think she was definitely the secondary part of the Nidalee Jace game
Jace.
we play.
Yeah, but she has like kind of the same strengths where it's like the poke is valuable and she can be okay in longer fights and she's like good at singling out people if they get low.
Yeah.
Um,
The only problem I think is Jace is far better at both sides of the coin, where
Yeah.
his poke is more consistent because it's easier to hit.
Yep.
And his
and
melee
lower cooldown, I think, as well.
No, the spear is so the Q is Jace's Q is lower, but the E isn't. Nidalee's spear is like in between those two cooldowns.
Okay, so it's not that big of a difference, I guess.
Not that big of a difference, but just harder to hit a spear.
Yeah.
Than it is to hit a Jace
Yep,
Q, and
yep,
then his
yep.
melee is far more consistent than hers. Like she has to have the
No, his
stack
melee
on
is
it.
way better.
And it doesn't even do as much damage anyway, unless they're low HP.
A big struggle as well with Nidalee is that like she actually isn't very good at going back and forth between melee and range. You literally like you just play range and then you play melee, and that's it. You like there's not very many situations where you can go back to range and be okay with that, So if you go melee and go in and you're not winning the fight, you're just kind of screwed. Jace has a lot more options for kind of resetting the fight, getting back into range, kiting out his opponent a little bit, poking them down again, and going back in, which is really nice. She can't really do anything with that. Just because of his E and his movement speed and stuff, he can kind of force people away, kite back, outrange them again, and then go back in with hammer Q and stuff.
Yeah. Once again, not useless. Actually, pretty competent as far as mages go. Even as far as poke goes, despite poke being bad, she's one of the best at it. So.
Yeah, well, and it's really just because her spear does so much damage that all you got to do is land one or two,
Yeah.
Which is the real struggle with most poke champions. It's like they don't deal enough damage that you actually care about their poke at all before you can kill them. With Nidalee, it's like if you land a spear or two before they get on top of you, you have a fair chance. But that's not easy to do. So, Nyla. I don't have a good feel for Nyla. I don't even have a good feel for how good Nyla is in Summoner's Rift, dude. I don't think anyone does, literally.
Just a big question mark this character is.
I think she's just one of the hardest champions to play in the game. She's really hard to play with. She's really hard to play as. She's just weird. Yeah. I mean, there were some Nyla games where I saw her and I'm like, this champion looks so ridiculously broken. Like, what can I do? She can't get hit by auto attacks. She's ridiculously tanky. She heals for infinite health and she one-shots everyone in the game. And then there were other Nyla games where I was like, what is this? I couldn't care less about you. Like, I have no idea. I really don't.
Yeah, I have no clue where I think I'll benefit more than doubt once again. Just slap her in this tier, but I genuinely
sure.
the Nyla game
that's kind of the question mark tier.
The Nyla game we played did not feel that good at all.
Yeah.
Actually, it felt good until it didn't. We played against like a Van team. I just died. But I'm not an Nyla player, so this is the part where I just kind of shrug my shoulders and go, someone probably knows better than I do. But
yeah. I don't. There's not much else we can do. Nocturne. I play a lot of Nocturne in normal games. Like a lot. He's probably my most played champion over the last year. He sucks. all that leading up to, he's terrible. I thought that there was a little bit of potential for Nocturne because my favorite part about Nocturne is his flexibility with build paths. I really enjoy that he has lots of different options for how he builds, and that like building different really changes the kind of champion you play as. Like Stridebreaker Nocturne plays as a bruiser, Eclipse Nocturne plays as an assassin. You can go more duelist, split push, attack speed focused Nocturne, and those things feel really good. And I thought, flexibility in build is probably valuable in this game mode, and that's true, but none of those builds are good in this game mode, so it doesn't matter. he's just bad, and there's nothing you can do to be good. Yeah, I don't know what to say. He sucks. His fear
No.
is the only thing that's useful about it. Well, his fear and his spells are the only thing that are useful about him, but they're not enough.
You can stay in the fight. Just didn't do a lot of damage.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough damage. He doesn't have enough lockdown. He doesn't have enough survivability. And it doesn't matter which one of those three you build to optimize for. You're not going to have enough of it. So you kind of just feel useless. He's also another one of those champions that is very much contingent on playing ahead of the pace of the game. Like Nocturne is this power farm jungler, and you farm so heavily and counter jungle aggressively in it so that you can get ahead on items and experience, so that you actually you're actually a realistic damage threat. You can't do that in this game mode, so you feel really useless. I honestly would put him in D tier. I hate to say it because I love that champion, but I think he's D tier.
I'll do it.
I think he sucks.
I just think Akali might even be better.
Yeah, no, I agree. I fully agree. I think Akali is better. Yeah, he's awful. Nunu.
So this is probably like we played Nunu first. Like this was like one of the first games we played. We did Nunu Urgot.
Yeah.
And we got second this game. I think we were beaten only by like an Aatrox team.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I remember feeling like I was feeling really good as the Urgot, but there was something that happened. I can't remember. It was the Aatrox, and it was a close game too. Actually, I remember it now.
Yeah, it was like the
last round. I think I minorly misplayed. I got hit by like a sweet spot on Q2 or something, and that's why we lost. I don't know. It's really really small.
And then like even still, that game that we barely lost to was like Aatrox Jax. Like a legitimate top tier team.
Yep.
So I don't think I hold that against either Nunu or Urgot, because even I was able to stall pretty successfully into overtime and only lost because Set did half of my fucking HP.
Yep. And that was tank. That was tank Nunu. I think there's a very fair argument for AP Nunu being good as well. We didn't play it. I also haven't seen it, but I think that the ultimate has really big potential.
Literally, the only Nunu game we've seen or seen against was me playing Nunu.
Yeah, nobody plays the champion. But he seems good. I think A tier.
I think I would put him like decently into A2, just because having like a 400 500 health heal is pretty invaluable.
Yep, I agree. Olaf, A plus. I mean, I don't know.
Funky man, CC immunity.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of relies on other people to do the most of the heavy lifting damage wise. But he is certainly one of the. You can't choose to ignore me or I kill you.
Yeah, and it's not easy to kill me, so good luck.
Orianna. One of the few...
I literally think we played the best Orianna comp possible.
Yes. I think one of the few burst champions that can get away with the burst not killing.
Yeah. But I think a lot of Orianna's value is actually in her E, because it allows you to take enchanter augments and have value from that, which is really nice.
It gives a lot of armor and MR to the person holding it, including you. So if anything's happening to you, press E. Do whatever the fuck you want. Congratulations.
It just means like you don't have to get. I think a big issue with a lot of the one shot champs and like burst champs is that you're so dependent on getting augments that help you one shot people, and there just aren't that many in the game.
Right.
And Orianna doesn't need that. Like you can actually even just like tanky augments aren't that terrible, because you can give yourself free armor and MR and survive longer. That's fine. Like she's solid.
Bit of a weak point. If you are going like the more tankier version, you're not going to do that much damage unless you go Leandri's. And that's more like wherewithal to understand you're going tank anyway, so you give up the one shot potential by going Leandri's. But most of the time you're doing that anyway. We didn't do that that game because we saw the comps we were playing against. We were playing Malphite Ori. We were like, that's fucking.
And they were squishy. We're like, let's just kill them all, and we killed them all. It was a very easy game.
That's exactly what happened. Yep. Against the right matchups. I mean, right matchups and the right partner. They quite literally had to outplay us to win. It was our game to lose.
Yeah.
But
All right, Ornn.
Who fucking knows? Probably good. He was patched out. Nobody could play him.
I don't think he's good.
You don't think so? Why not?
No. Ever since they nerfed his damage output, I think he's too much of a pure tank. I mean, I don't think he's terrible. I think he's like about where Leon and Nautilus are.
I mean, he technically is a pure tank, but it's a pure tank that still does % magic damage.
Yeah, but ever since they nerfed how much the % magic damage is, like, it's not that impactful. You know, it can be very impactful in lane because you can use it over time to whittle people down and then burst them down at the end. But you can't really do that in this game mode, you know? Like in lane, it's really annoying and it can be really oppressive because, you know, over 5 minutes, I'm getting you down to 40% health and then all-inning you. But, you know, if it takes you 5 minutes to get someone to 40% health, you're not winning this game.
Good argument. I think we'll have to see it. He was patched out because there was a bug with the there's one item or Thieves Gloves that makes it to where you re-roll into random items. Those random items included Ornn items. So there was a bug with Ornn where you could get that, and then some characters, like I think it was Kale and someone else, when they had that and then Ornn upgraded an item, they would just get like 6 infinity.
No. The bug is literally just you just sell your Ornn augment item, and then you can buy back and sell it for. You can do that infinitely and buy infinitely.
Well, yeah. Oh, they also had that,
which is very funny.
He was just broken as fuck.
Yeah, super busted. Yeah, because like literally, you just like once you get the Ornn upgrade, the issue was that the item would sell for full value, and you can buy it at like normal item value, and you just have infinite money, and you just buy infinite items.
I know.
There was also a weird glitch where you could get infinite of the same mythics for some reason. Yeah. Even without mythical. I don't know why. Champion was bugged to just an insane degree. Yeah, he's dumb. I mean,
but,
I don't know.
You know, bug free. Hopefully, he'll be unbuggy by the time he does. I still think he'd be pretty solid. But.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine him being terrible, but I don't think he's. I don't think he's better than B tier. Pantheon. Pantheon was one that surprised me. Looked a lot better than I expected him to.
Yeah.
I used to play a ton of Pantheon. I don't really anymore, but I used to play a lot of Pantheon. That was mostly Pantheon support, to be fair. But you know, Pantheon I thought would struggle because of the idea of this character that needs to get ahead in gold to be viable, and he can't do that in this game mode. I thought that would really hurt him, but his point and click CC really is just so valuable in a 2v2 scenario where you can just, as long as assuming you're like duoed with your teammate and you have good communication, you can just pick a person to single out and kill them, and it's very useful. His survivability is good with his E. He has lots of options. I don't think he's insane, but he's good for sure.
Yeah, I would fully agree. I think falls off.
Yeah, no, definitely still falls off.
Has to really kind of win early. Kind of like Draven, but just doesn't have as good of a time getting that position. It's not like guaranteed. Like a good Draven, I think can make it.
Yeah.
Still good.
Yep.
I would still say better than like Kennen. Offers more to a team.
Honestly, I might put him at the bottom of A tier. Actually.
I don't know if I do that, then I think he's still worse than Nico, and then I'd have to put Nico in A tier.
That's fair. Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, it doesn't matter that much. I think there's a conceptual split where B tier is middle of the pack and A tier is better than that, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think he's right on that line. So, yeah, I think where he is fine. Poppy. I mean, there you go. I mean,
so she's
somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere in this level of why does she do damage?
the only, I mean, yeah, she's basically, it's basically the same thing as Maokai, where she's unkillable and also does damage. And why does she deal damage? Also, some of the E angles on these maps are so
Absolutely
weird.
fucking ridiculous, bro.
Yeah,
oh my
dude,
god.
there's so many times where you get stunned and it just doesn't make any sense. It's
Her box
very,
collusion,
very
bro.
strange.
His poppy versus my poppy is the shit
Real.
I feel every
So
time I'm
real.
playing as this character. But you know, very very tanky. Also does a lot of damage. I think one of the few tanks that actually can go full tank and then just get random attack augments that are very funny. And then she has.
Oh, she doesn't care about what augment she gets hardly at all.
No, like in that Mundo comp where it's irrelevant what augment she gets, whatever is on her screen, she's like, "That's good," and then clicks it.
Yeah. Unless you literally get full like
AP
burst potential AP augments, that's the only situation in which she feels bad. Or not, she doesn't even feel bad. That's the only situation in which the augments feel bad. Her as a champion is good enough to still probably do okay if that happens. Like, she's really stupid.
She's really good and validates a lot of dash characters.
Yep.
Good for peeling.
She's good at every part of the game.
Yeah.
Like both early to late game and within each round, she's good in every part of the round. Like she's good at playing with the full size map. And she's really good at playing with the small circles, and she's really good at playing for overtime with her ultimate and her E. She's just really stupid.
She is the jack of all trades, a fighter, a kiter, and a staller.
Real, actually, so real.
Yeah. She does all three of the jobs extremely well and better than way too many people.
Yeah, she's crazy.
Very good. I don't know. I might even.
I would move her up, honestly.
I would slide her much farther up.
The positions, same. But the positions within S tier are really hard.
Very most of these, like even from like here to like fucking here, I would argue.
Yeah.
Very well. These two, I would be like SS. From like here to like here is like largely interchangeable.
Yep, I agree. Pike.
Get
pretty bad.
Everyone
pretty rough.
You saw a lot of pikes.
Bad. I think C tier. I think C tier.
You saw a lot of pikes early on that were like, "Yo, I get to pull people into the circle. This is crazy." And then everyone was like, "Wait a minute, I can't scale with health." It really sucks when there's like 8 or like even being generous like 6 ones that just give health, like become large. The potion one. 1,000 health, deal 10% less damage. There's so many that Pike straight up can't use, and he would really like to.
Yeah, and then even some ones that he like can use, like Curse of the Colossus, still scale off of your health, so they're useless for him, or not like useless, but like they're really like you don't get a lot of value from them because you can't build into it. Like he sucks.
So he has to rely on his passive for the healing and getting out of vision.
Which you can do at early stages in the rounds, but once the circle starts closing in, you're screwed. Like, and everyone's like, "Ooh, but I can hook people behind me and out of the circle. Isn't that funny?" But you're like, "I don't care."
It certainly is funny, but you don't have health, and I'm sitting at 9,462 health with your measly 1K. It doesn't matter.
Just gonna kill you. Yep. Or place a Heimerdinger turret in front of me.
He's not good. He's bad. Actually,
he's bad.
He's
bad.
I
think it's very bad. I don't think he's D tier. I think he is better than Akali, Nocturne, them.
Not useless,
but not by much. It's
bad.
The only reason he's better than them is because of the hook out of circle tech. That's literally the only reason. Kiana, pretty bad. The only thing she has going for her is Axiom Arc interaction. Her ult does a lot of damage. But like, I don't know, man. She's still not that useful.
She's still an assassin. You have to kill the guy that has 9,486 health.
Yeah. Honestly, I think B tier is generous. I'd put her C. I don't think she's not low C. She's like high mid C, I think.
Mid C.
Yeah.
I would argue that she's more useful than Anivia, but like not as much as.
Yep. Quinn. I don't know, man. I feel like that champion is so dog wild. I mean, she's good at norms, but like, I feel like she sucks in this game mode.
Yeah.
But I don't have a good grasp for her.
One of the few that presses the advantage in lane in like 5v5s, but in this you can't exactly press the advantage.
Yeah.
So she's pretty good at the in and out play style of queuing, and then if any danger comes, she can E backward. And in this, it does feel very good to just press R multiple times if you get the space to. But if you're pressing R multiple times, the caveat is that your teammate is now in a 1v2 multiple times.
Yeah. You need someone who can play like in and out, like kite back with her, and in and
Right.
out of the fight with her. But the really struggle is that even if you're doing that and that's going well for you, and you can do that well, most of the time you don't get enough of a health advantage that by the time the circle gets so small that you can't really do that, you don't lose the fight still. You know, like into most of the good champions in the game. Even not like good, like some just the okay champions in the game. I think she's firmly low B tier.
Yeah. I would argue
Above
even,
Nasus, I would say.
You would say
but-
above Nasus? I would say that that's up for debate.
I think that's true. That's very fair. Again, we didn't see Nasus without Lulu, so.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Still
I'll
not
leave it.
very good.
I'll leave it. Yeah.
Rakan. Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
He struggles, but I mean he's right around Leona in my opinion.
He can initiate a fight, but
he
unlike
can,
Leona,
and he can even get out, which is great.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you're not like definitely winning the fight, and then once you get out, it's like okay, cool. I'm not definitely gonna be able to do that again because it's not like a guarantee that we got enough of a health trade that we can outrange and play for plant control. And then like it's not for sure I'm gonna get my ult cooldown back. So who knows? There's a lot of champions that can just kind of stuff his engage anyway. He was another one of those like disappointing champs for me in this game mode because I love that champion. I didn't actually expect him to be that good, but I was kind of hoping he would be because he's really fun. But he's pretty rough, but not terrible.
Yeah.
I think he's B tier for sure.
Rammus. I think Rammus actually lives and dies depending on who he's playing against.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, there's nothing else to be said about it. I don't know where to put him on a tier list because of that, but I think there's nothing else.
I think because of that, I have to look at who's above, and I think a vast majority of these people, even the AD ones, have some level of like dealing with his insane amount of armor.
Yeah.
Fiora, Olaf, anything AP. Don't just not give a fuck about Rammus in the slightest.
For real.
But like you just well against like Bel'Veth, like Draven.
I think B tiers. I think top of B tiers where I'd put him.
I think most people
I think
under him. Not bad.
I think he beats most of the people under him and loses to most of the people above him, right?
Yeah. More of like a gatekeeper type of
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. What is control negative? There.
Oh,
Zoom
nice.
out a bit.
How many do we have left? Can you scroll down? Okay, we're making progress.
This is like we're majority done.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
All right, Rek'Sai, the worst champion in the game.
The best champion in the game.
Apparently, she's really good right now. I'm talking about norms. Apparently, she's really good in norms. People keep saying that. I haven't seen it. It's been that way for like 6 months, where people are saying, "Man, this champion's broken," and she just looks useless. And I feel the exact same. I don't think anyone's saying she's broken in this game, but I think she feels pretty useless. I mean, I think she's like top of D, bottom of C.
I think everything she does is not enough. She does damage,
Yeah.
not enough. She heals, not enough. She does true damage,
Yeah.
not enough.
Yeah.
Against the right teams, particularly frontline, backline, she's okay. There's just champions that do what she does far better.
Yeah.
I know, my memeing aside, she's pretty shit.
Yeah. Rel, I think the best engaged support, besides Allistar. But Allistar, you don't like. It's not what he does in this game, but most of the time
he does everything. This is a good part. But I think would put her like A.
I would too. I think she's good. I think the only weakness of hers is you do force people to play more single damage carry, but you can actually get a little bit of AP on her and kind of limit it a little bit. Go like demonic, kind of like a Maokai situation. It's not as good as Maokai is with it, but it can be something.
Unfortunately, nowhere near. But yeah, something.
Yeah. But I think outside of that, she's really strong. I
think what she does is really good, but I think she once again does lean into this like she has to be frontline backline comp, otherwise
Yeah,
not
yeah.
enough damage.
And frontline
is gonna be
backline
coming
comps
out.
just aren't that good in this game mode. So
Except for one.
yeah, true. I mean, but she's good. She's good.
Solid.
Yeah. She probably will get champion nerfs soon, so that will probably change. But Renata, also
my
good.
opinion on Renata kind of drastically changed after I played her. I was like, she can't do anything. What the hell is the W gonna do? Like, her ultimate, instead of hitting 5 people, it hits 2. What actually happened was that it's a small arena, and she presses R, and the 2 people in front of her are fighting each other.
And then you Q, and then you hit both of them into each other, and CC them both, and you amp your whatever carry threat you're playing with. I think she's very strong.
Yeah.
I say very strong. I don't think she's A plus. I think she's A tier.
I think she's A.
But
I think she fits decently. Into
I think
A2.
she's firmly A tier.
It's just the effects of the augments more often than not mean you can't exactly kill her. Good luck trying when she can just press Q on the person in front of her and shove you into your teammate, because more often than not, you should be playing next to each other. She plays into how this game is being played very well, because at that point, very hard to dodge what she's doing. Her shield is nice. She deals well with enchantment augments and tanky augments. Not as good as something like Milio, because she doesn't heal. I think healing is a big thing to have.
Yeah.
But even without
the
healing,
Milio having 2 charges on his shield is really big as well.
Even without healing, though, she does a lot. I think more than warrants having a solo carry, even if that solo carry doesn't do enough damage.
I agree. You can really get away. Well, that's the really kind of crazy thing about her, is you can really get away with like I say solo carry, but it doesn't need to be like an ADC or like a burst champ. You can do like a bruiser, and that can work very well, which is cool. It's not like traditionally what you think of being really good with Renata, or like enchanters in general. But she's not really an enchanter. She's kind of a very weird, unique engage, disengage enchanter champion. She's funky. Anyway, I think she's good. Yeah.
Renekton.
I wonder where he'll go.
There we go. Right. It's very nicely. Like,
I would actually push for A plus, not S tier.
You would push for A plus, not S tier. Why?
Yeah, I would. I the only reason is
he does have the same problem as Aatrox.
Yeah, there's that, and I think kind of he has an additional problem, which is that people are going to be getting to full items, and once you get to full items on like a 6-item Renekton, playing into a 6-item Kayn, a 6-item Kai'Sa, a 6-item Gwen, a 6-item any of these champions that are in S tier, like they're not going to care about him. They're not going to care at all. That being said, he pub stomps every champion below him. That champion goes crazy.
Yeah. I would argue that Renekton does have a bit of an edge against some of these characters with proper augments in quotation marks, because they have 6 items, but now I have a flat 60 ability haste. That's one of the normal augments, not even like a legendary one. Or like dashes, explosions, dashes get ability haste. Really attacks reduce your cooldowns by 1 second. Ridiculous. I think even double ultimate is pretty solid on him, which means he gets permanent uptime on his ult. It is permanently gaining fury. Like, he gets really good augments that can really make it to where you don't really feel like a Renekton.
That's a really good point. That being said, I still think he's a class below the rest of the S tier champions.
Still not like a Camille jumping on you, or a Master Yi dealing your damage, or Kai'Sa or this or that. But he's like, if you're not this, or even like this, GG.
You're losing to him.
I hate this
literally
champion.
everyone A tier and below.
I'm fucking banning this piece of shit. I hate him so much. Type B.
Yep. Real.
Rengar.
Well, we only played him with the Ivern, which is, I think, definitely his best comp, but I don't have a good feel for if he's at all viable outside of that. Like, that felt good.
Yeah. But I think the big thing that... So I think him and Ka are one and the same, and that their comp is based around one other person, but I think the difference is that it's more invisible than something like a Ka Mordekaiser. And in that sense, people are going to be banning your champions far less often, which
Oh,
means
yeah,
you
yeah,
can
that's true.
get away with
That's
it
true.
far more
Also,
often.
I also think outside of that, I mean, again, we didn't actually get to see it, but my gut tells me he is more useful than Kha'Zix without his
Yeah,
like. Duo
I
partner,
think
if
his
that makes
bruiser
sense.
build is much better, and being able
Yep.
to remove CC and heal previous
Yeah,
damage,
yeah.
having a heal in any sense is just like really good.
Yep. I
Um,
think he's good. I think he's really good.
Yeah.
And with Ivern, he's really
with
good.
Ivern, he's like here. Like it's an impossible comp to beat
Well,
unless
honestly,
you
I
flat out
think
kill
Ivern
him.
Rengar is triple S. Like,
Yes,
the
I would
duo
argue
makes-
like that. That's a top 3
Yeah.
comp. Ivern Rengar is
Yeah.
easily a top 3 comp. Impossible to kill, unless
Yep.
you fucking
So
Kog'Maw or Kane.
absolutely ridiculous. But that's that. Riven. I mean, I think that's another.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
It's Riven. You fucking...
Yeah. What do you expect?
You know what
Like,
Riven does. She likes ability haste. The game gives her
yeah.
ability haste. She likes tankiness. The game gives her that. Fucking, it's Riven, man.
Yeah, I don't know. She's another
Maybe-
one where like I think a good Riven.
A good Riven
if
moves
it's a
this
Riven
to, like,
main, it's
here,
probably
but-
yeah, exactly. But like at all competent Riven is about there.
Yeah.
Like
My Riven's like here. Like,
yeah, exactly. It's like
I think she's very good.
get box on the phone.
yeah.
And, yeah.
Box tier list just puts like a new tier up here. No one. I
Facts.
give a shit about anyone else.
Rumble. I mean, I think kind of the same place. Honestly, I think he's really
Yeah.
good.
I mean,
I think he's really good.
it's
MR
so,
Shred is really valuable because people are so
Yeah.
tanky in this game mode. AOE, it's AOE damage, but it's not like you have to blow it all at once. You have a lot of damage.
mhm.
Your survivability isn't great. That's his big weakness, right?
Yeah.
But it's not so terrible that it's like unplayable. It's just worse than like an Aatrox or a Renekton or a Riven.
Yeah.
But I think he's A+. I think he's very
good.
strong.
I think he's good.
Yeah.
Just a Corki package, but on your ultimate and on a cooldown that you can get back with plans. So,
Yeah. You can do it multiple times per round. Not super easy to get multiple times per round because
No.
it is a very long cooldown, and so
Yeah.
the plants don't. It's not like some tournaments where it's like if you get a plant, you're probably getting your ult twice. His is a little bit harder than that, but it's definitely doable. Yeah.
Rise.
Rise. Rise.
Thank you for that. I genuinely really do wish I got a Rise game in because I
feel like he's busted. No.
I feel like he's busted as fuck. If he get there's one augment, the one that makes it to where your mana turns into health. If he gets that, I feel like the
Mind over
game's
matter.
over. The game's over.
Crazy.
And it's like a gold.
There's so many augments that are crazy good for him, right?
But
like,
even not that, I feel like the augments would go crazy on him. I just don't know. I think Mythical is also like it puts him in Cassiopeia tier where if you get it, good fucking luck trying to kill him.
Like, I mean, I'm thinking there's so many augments. Like, there's Goliath, Courage of the Colossus, even good for him. Anything that gives him ability haste, good for him. Anything that amps his damage, good for like.
Yeah.
I think there's no way he's not A tier. I think he very well can be A+, or maybe even S tier. It's just hard to know without actually having playing him. I don't know if we saw a single Rise
didn't
game.
see a single Rise. No.
Yeah, nobody plays that champion.
That sucks because I feel like more people should have been on the Rise game, but no, motherfuckers were playing
like
Pike.
Very good.
Going, I want to see what the Pike is. Maybe I'll try Pike again.
There's such a wild like. It's like people playing the worst champions in the game mode or the best champions in the game mode, and very little in between.
There's not a time where I'm like, oh, this is like a normal team comp. Let's see how this plays out. Not a lot of like Jax Aatroxes where like, this is a good team. I want to see how we play against this.
Yeah, it's not like broken, but it's like, this is solid. This is a respectable team comp.
But good. Yeah, I think
Samira,
once the game comes out, we'll see. I think he's gonna be really good.
I agree. I think A tier is a very conservative place.
This is doubt more than benefit.
Yeah,
if it were benefiting, I'd put him like bottom S, to be honest. But
yeah. I
Samira,
think
Samira
just locked down and dies too easily.
Yeah, you would
Like,
think
her
that she would be really good.
Is good. And her damage output is good if you're able to get it off, but it's so hard to stay alive and not just die.
Because you're an ADC in melee range. It's
tough. It's tough.
It's pretty tough.
Yeah, I think high B tier is about right.
I think in under right circumstances and like you're not playing against a point and click CC or a Amumu or some shit like that, then you have a pretty good shot at you're an ADC that heals. So I mean you're doing good damage and you're healing, which is really good in this game mode. But I think she has to get more lucky than not to get basically like double or triple tank augments just to have a chance.
Yeah, it's really hard.
But she has the damage. She just needs the
Yeah.
augments.
No, yeah. Yep. And
Which
she's
one?
another one that definitely scales up with player skill level, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like,
I'm crazy. I'm not
real. Sejuani. I mean, I think she goes right between Cassante and Jarvan.
I mean, yep. It's a tank.
Right.
More of a super tank than a tank than anything.
But
her
she's
CC
very
is not
tanky. Her
good.
CC is but it's not ignorable. It
Yeah.
exists. The benefit of her E with melee champions is good because there's a lot of very good melee champions.
Mhm.
But she just doesn't offer that much. Yeah.
After the stun
She's
ends, you
not
go,
terrible.
what now? But
Yep.
she's
Yep.
certainly tanky. So better
Yep.
than a lot of the other, Leonas
Yep.
and Nautiluses.
Yeah.
Then
Senna, I want to play Senna more. Senna
do
felt
wanna-
very dumb in that game, and I feel like there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of potential for Senna.
yeah.
The only issue with Senna is she can't go higher than A tier realistically because there's no way. There's almost all of the good champions can just one shot you, and it's not hard for them to do.
Mhm.
And like it's very hard for you to actually. She's kind of like Kog'Maw, but she doesn't have the DPS that Kog'Maw has.
Right.
And it's tough. But I think high B low A.
Augments do give her some good pushes. I think having that range is
the
is
free
good.
stacks. I don't remember
Yeah.
what it was, but it felt like I was getting them at a very good pace. Not an insane pace, but very solid. I think she's good. Yeah, I don't know what to say. We also, I think, definitely played her in a suboptimal comp. I think you want to play her with a frontline bruiser.
Yeah, I think Senna didn't get a chance to shine, but I think in that we played Draven Senna, I think Draven totally shined. I think in that comp.
Yeah.
Because it showed just how good he was at standing in front of people and going, no, you can't fucking hit me. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think both are good. Surfing.
Yeah, surfing. I really don't have a good. I don't have a good.
I mean, so how well did that?
It feels so matchup. No, it was Seraphine Rumble. It went well.
Yeah.
It feels so matchup dependent. No.
Yeah, I think it's super matchup
second.
dependent.
We got second, but it was into it was like into like Vayne Kale or something. It was something really stupid. I don't remember what it was.
Let me look. Rumble Seraphine.
Oh, it was Vayne Tarek, I think.
It was No, it was did we beat this team? Yeah, we no, it was Vayne Pike.
Vayne Pike?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
The Vayne must have just been outplaying me.
The Vayne got really good augment. She had Conk, the Conk lethal tempo, and then also had movement speed on hit.
Oh, shit, that and tap dance? That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So it's just hard to hit her. And that's just kind of if the character's hard to hit, Seraphine truly suffers.
Yeah.
Fortunately for her, there's not a lot of like actual movement speed augments.
There's only I think 3.
2 or 3, right?
Yeah.
And one of them is only usable by like fast attackers. Tap dancer is only used by ADCs and like Master Yi. That's really it.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have to worry about it too much, but she does have to worry about people with dashes. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I think that's much more the bigger issue. I think her bigger issue is people with mobility, dodging her ult and locking her down.
Mm-hmm.
Which I mean, there's a lot of champions that can do that. But that being said, I don't think she's bad. I think she's B tier, maybe low A. I would say more B. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
I would agree. Set. So there's so many champions that do his thing but better.
Yeah.
There's so many champions that do his thing but better.
Yep.
It's like the haha, I'm tanky and deal a lot of damage, but it's like, okay, but not that much damage and you're not that tanky.
Yeah. I would actually wager putting him as low as like high mid C, simply because it has to deal with other people having augments. It's not like they just don't have augments, and it's not like they're gonna look at the tank augment and be like, oh, but I want 10% attack damage. This is really awesome. This is also so cool.
Yeah.
No, they're gonna be like, I want 1,000 health. Give me 35% HP and 15% adaptive force. Give me this. Give me that. So yeah, his W does 1,200 true damage. That's cool and all. It's the biggest true damage number you're gonna see.
They have 8k health.
They have 8,000 HP, and the motherfucker's not even like a tank. It's
honestly
fucking
the same reason why Cho'Gath's ult is not as useful as I thought it would be. Because it's like, I deal 1,200 true damage. That's cool and very funny. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the fucking Dravens are running around with 6k HP. What's this gonna do? He doesn't do anything other than he can ult for your health physical damage. Most of the time, the guy you're ulting has like, I don't know, 300, 250 armor, so that like 6k is lowered to like 2, and we're in the same bucket again.
Yeah.
And this is being generous, assuming he gets damage augments and also has tankiness and this and that. He just doesn't do enough.
No, I think it's pretty rough.
Doesn't do enough.
Yep. Shaco, on the other hand,
funny,
knows plenty.
SSS. So I guess really the scalar, what do they call it? Comp or the scalar archetype is what dominates this game mode.
Yes.
How good you are is dependent on how well you deal with not fighting or how well you can start a fight with someone or on your own. Simply because it's going to be the big 3 plus Kog'Maw in this tier. It's Heimerdinger, Shaco, and Teemo. They put traps around or they run around.
Swain, my man.
Oh, and Swain. Yes, and Swain. Swain's also going to be... So the big 5 is what this tier is going to be. For obvious reasons... Shaco is hard to hit and hard to kill. Unless you can lock him down in the 4 seconds or 5 seconds he's not invisible. He puts a trap in the one bush that's in the game, and you have to use your scrying orb to get it the one time. And you only get your scrying orb one time. So you clear it out one time, you gain control of the bush, and then he puts it there again the second you try to chase him down. He goes invisible, he slows you, he puts a clone down. The clone doesn't really do anything, but it's just annoying because you can't like run away from it. It's a small arena. It's actually small enough to where it's almost impossible for the clone to teleport back to Shaco.
Yeah,
so it can just chase you around the map.
It's so small enough that like literally he can just wait for the clone to time out and explode on you. Yeah, and you can't avoid it. You cannot get away from it.
So I mean,
it's
fucking it's going to overtime.
I don't know if there's a reason to worry about like the order of the triple S tier champions.
Yeah,
but I think
it's
he's the
big
best
5
of the stallers, in my opinion.
It's I think the 3
the 3 staller
the 3 stallers do their job differently. Heimerdinger is much better.
That's true. I don't think there's like a firm which one's better. I would say Shaco's better, but again, I wouldn't even worry about the order of the triple S.
I would say largely interchangeable because how well they are depends on who you're currently playing. Like Heimerdinger is better against some, but harder against others, etc. etc.
Yep. Which is the other thing that makes this game so hard. If all 3 of those aren't banned in an individual game, or if none of them are banned in an individual game, it's really tough because you're going to be playing into at least some of them, and different champions are good into different ones. It's hard.
They have their own special advantages against like one of these. So dealing with 2 of them means it's a GG. They're fighting each other, and then when they're fighting each other, I don't know, fucking throw dice and whatever number it lands on.
Walks to the middle first wins.
I don't fucking know. Just roll d6, see what the fuck happens, and then that'll determine who wins the game. They're really good. We'll explain the other 2 when they come up, but fucking triple S. Shen.
Shen.
He has a taunt. If he misses it, he's useless.
Yeah. The dodge zone is useful into some comps, but useless into others. I think he's pretty
extremely
rough.
matchup dependent, but even in those matchups, he buys 3 seconds of time.
In good matchups, he's viable. In bad matchups, he's useless. Which is not the situation you want to be. You want to be easy winning in good matchups, viable in bad matchups, right?
And his matchup spread is fucking horrendous.
Yeah.
Still better than I hate Pike.
I think he's better than. I would put him right below Lee Sin, in my opinion. But I don't think the individual order matters that much.
This is an ordered tier list after. Shyvana. Really good, I think.
Solid.
I'd put it easy A+.
I would say A personally. I just don't think she does enough compared to these A+ champions.
So explain, and then I'll explain my reasoning.
I mean, she's really good because I think she has two main advantages. One is flexibility. Like, you can kind of build around what augments you get and what team comps you're playing into, which is really nice. And she has lots of viable builds, lots of viable augment takes, which is a really strong thing to have in this game mode. The downside is that, like, she's not good enough at any individual thing compared to the rest of these A+ champions, in my opinion. And she's not a good enough jack of all trades like Poppy, for instance, to be included with them. That being said, I think there's an argument for her to be an A+ just because when I look at the rest, I think she's significantly better than the rest of the A champions. So I think she's either top of A, bottom of A+.
So here's what I'd argue. I'd argue that, first of all, having an advantage against the stallers
that is really big.
puts you very high up on its own.
Yeah,
I think
true.
she's one of the few that actually has a good matchup against 2 out of the 3. I don't think she's very good against Teemo because she has to find Teemo first. But against Heimerdinger and against Shaco,
actually,
she just presses. She presses ult and she presses E.
I think she's better against Teemo than Shaco.
Oh, wow.
Well,
well, she doesn't actually have to walk into range. That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
So now Teemo has to hide. Otherwise, if he is spotted, she just presses
and
E.
as soon as she hits her with ult E, with like Dragon Form E, the burn is going to reveal where she is. She can just keep hitting him.
That is true.
It's very easy.
No, you know what?
Shaco, on the other hand, can actually dodge and wait out her ultimate, which makes it hard.
Shaco can dodge, but then it has to be a double scalar comp. Because the movement speed she gets from her W is a lot, and if she walks up to Shaco and then forces the Q and then just waits for the invisibility to pop, she presses E 3 times and he's dead.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and that, honestly, just talking about this alone is enough for me to say she should definitely be A+. Because that's really big. Yeah. That's really big.
And I think that combined with obviously the strength of adaptability, I think even like AP Bruiser, full tank. And then full AP
so many options.
Are both good. And in all 3 comps, like
AD Bruiser is also good. I think.
I did the AD build and it went very well. I think it was like a stomp first place. But she just has a very good matchup spread against most of the S and A tiers.
Yeah.
Like she can duel just about everyone in this list, and she doesn't die to burst from anyone in this list. So she's just solid, I think. Yeah, I would still argue like maybe even like mid A+. I think she's
actually
very good.
You're selling me fully. I agree.
Yeah. Saying funny haha. Not quite at the stupid haha, but still funny.
A+ or S tier.
Yeah.
I the more I played into Singed, the less OP I thought he was.
Yeah.
So I would argue A+ tier. He's still clearly very, very strong. But initially I thought he was going to be up there with the Heimerdinger, the Teemo, the etc. He's a lot below them.
I like a whole tier.
But,
I think.
Yeah. But I think right about there is pretty much perfect.
I think simply put, all of these champions can deal with him.
Yep.
Being the staller that is melee range to do anything,
it hurts a lot. Yeah.
It hurts him a lot. He has the advantage of grounded, but I think he's in the same spread as Renekton.
So annoying.
and that anything below him fucking hates his life into Singe. But everything above him, and even everything on his tier,
doesn't really care about him. Yeah.
Actually kind of stares at him and laughs.
Yeah.
Sion shit. Oh my god. Awful.
I would say low C, maybe even D tier, honestly.
Yeah.
He felt his passive is very funny, but it never seems useful. You're never getting like a charged Q off. You're never hitting an impactful ultimate. And then what else are you doing? Just walking around and staring at people? Like
there's no bushes to hide in. CC's very prevalent, so they're gonna stun you by the time it comes out.
Yeah.
You're never the first person to die, which means even if you're in your passive, it doesn't matter. The round's already lost.
It would actually be like the best way to do Sion would unironically be waiting until the circle gets small but not the smallest size and going like lethality Sion, which is like that's not an easy thing to pull off because if you're going lethality Sion, it's easier for people to burst you out when the map is bigger than kite away from your passive.
Yep.
So that's probably, I didn't even see that strategy try to be played, but that's probably the most viable Sion, and that doesn't seem very viable. Yeah.
Even still, I wouldn't.
Yeah, he's pretty awful. Yeah. He's pretty awful. Sivir. I mean,
better than I thought she would be. We won that game.
Same. I was thinking she was gonna be D, maybe even F tier.
But
Not that bad.
Kiting's pretty good. She kind
Yeah.
of slots into that Ashe tier of like she's gonna get the items.
No, she's not bad.
Yeah.
She really is surprisingly not bad. But the Bard game though. The Bard game.
Bard game. Yeah. Bard game. Yeah.
Real.
The Bard game is kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? No, I think her ultimate is actually what makes it good. And into double.
I thought it would be useless.
Yeah.
But you have a lot more opportunity to play around the range and kiting back than I thought you would. Her Q is really nice. Spell shield, obviously. She's not bad.
Skarner. Oh, they added the
pretty
the
good.
pillars.
Pretty good.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, I think I would put him. I think A tier is where I'd put him.
Yeah.
Call.
Thank you. Stun. Go ahead. Take a quick break. I gotta pee.
Yeah. Are you ready to do this for another 45 minutes?
We're almost done, champ. We're almost done.
Yeah, I know. Actually, we're not.
Where are we?
And also, I really like. I don't mind doing this. I didn't have anything else to do today. Yeah, I that's one of the favorite things about League in general is just talking about the not fully theory craft, because obviously I like it to be based in experience, but just talking about it. Yeah. All right, Sona.
Shit. Fuck yes.
Really terrible.
Doesn't do enough healing. Doesn't do enough shielding. Doesn't do enough for peeling.
D tier. I think D tier. Maybe C tier.
I think she's
pretty
usable.
awful.
Certainly usable. Just far better options.
There's probably some comps that can make her good.
Explode her potential.
Yeah. Soraka. Better.
I mean, a lot of healing.
So much healing.
Relies entirely on your solo carry being able to CC.
Yeah, that being said, I think there's enough viable solo carry bruisers that can really utilize her healing and do enough damage to make her viable, but she's nothing crazy. Yeah, I think that's about right. Somewhere in B tier. I don't really know where. Somewhere in there. Yep, that seems fair. Yeah. Swain.
There we go.
So the Swain thing, if anybody doesn't know, they changed Swain's ultimate a long time ago, but a lot of people still don't know this, to where as long as he's hitting champions, like as long as there are champions in his range, he can keep it going forever. So it's very hard to actually disengage from his ultimate in this game mode for most comps. So he can just kind of ult and be immortal and also deal a lot of damage for the entire round and force you to fight with him. He goes Rylai, so you're never going away from him, and it's so obnoxious. It's so OP. I hate it. I hate it so much. But also as someone who likes playing Swain, it's, not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, exactly explained. Fucking hard to fucking kill and does not die.
Yeah, and also does damage. He's very similar to Mundo. He doesn't have as much of an overtime gimmick as Mundo does, but he's better throughout the entire rest of the round than Mundo. Same idea of just doesn't die, but he does a lot more damage than Mundo does.
Exactly. Yeah. Silas. I thought he would be so much better than he actually is.
I thought he'd be really good. He's not terrible, but he just kind of exists. His damage output isn't that good. There are some augments that can make him really good, but even then it's you're taking him from middle of the pack to maybe A or A+ tier with the right augments,
Right.
And so it's
And then the thing is just that most of the ultimates of the people here are just not that good for him. Really.
Yeah, I mean you have Renekton, which is nice. You have Allistar, which is nice.
But everyone else benefits from their own ultimate much more than he does here.
Yeah.
Even someone who's usually good, like a Maokai, doesn't
Maokai,
really do anything for him.
Well, that's the weird thing about Maokai. Actually, even for Maokai, his ultimate isn't that useful in this game mode. It's not useless, but it's not what makes him good in this game mode.
Yeah.
And it's really not very good on him.
Kaisa doesn't do anything. I mean, sure, you could steal Mord's ult. Doesn't matter. Mord's still getting what he wants, which is a 1v1.
Yeah. I guess you could actually, you can You can kind of use it to counter Mord because you can if you steal it before Mold ults and Mord makes the mistake of not just ulting you, then you can ult Mord teammate and still stay in 2v2. But that's like a really niche situation, and that's that the Mordekaiser has to misplay. Mordekaiser should know that he just has to ult the Sylas to get the 1v1, and it's guaranteed.
Doesn't do much. I mean, at the end of the day, he's still kind of hard to kill because healing exists. But
and his
other than
damage
that,
is not like nothing. But
might as well be.
yeah, Syndra, so S tier, dude. It's oh my wow, she's so good, so broken.
Maybe there's like some buff or patch or something that we don't know about that
that
made Ellis put him in Z tier. It's just nothing special. Like she's good. I mean, I might even argue putting her in A.
I would put her A tier. I would put her in A tier for sure. I think she's strong. Her E is really annoying and hard to deal with. Her damage is really high, but at the end of the day, she's very squishy. If you attack from multiple angles or have anyone that can like ignore her E and just get on top of her anyway, she doesn't do much.
Yeah. Not.
Her ultimate is big. That's it. That's her E and her ult are really the only thing. Like being able to deal a ton of damage to one person for free, guaranteed. Nice. Being able to push people back away from you, stun. It's almost undodgeable for most champions in the game. Solid. But there's so many more broken stuff in this game. Like,
real. All right, man.
Real.
Yeah, I would say like maybe better than like even these two.
Yeah, I would agree.
But like, I just think like flat out not better than anything else above her.
Yeah.
Good.
Tom Kench.
He's a tank. He's a tank.
He's very tanky.
He's a tank, you know.
I mean, yeah. He's right around there with the rest of those tanks.
He certainly does be tanking.
I put him below, yeah, exactly. Like right below Cassante. Cassante has more potential because Cassante can play around the closing circle very well. Tom Kench can't, but Tom Kench is very tanky. So, yeah.
He does tank.
Talia felt so much better than I was expecting. And
I
think
was
there's
also
better Talia comps too.
Yeah, I was in the boat of like I knew Talia was good just because she does a metric butt ton of damage and then also has the rocks for people that dash.
Yeah. I was really very skeptical of Talia. I didn't know if she'd be enough damage to be able to be a solo damage threat, but she definitely is. She's really
certainly can
solid. Be. Yep. Yeah,
one
I
of the
think
few mages that straight up can just be the person who deals the damage.
Yep.
And she feels arguably safe. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The safety is You're a lot more safe than most of the other mages in this game mode. That's what I'll say. You're not like super safe, but you don't have nothing. Your E can stop a lot of champions. Your flick back can stop a lot of champions. You have some options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan. If he has Vanish,
I know he won.
If he has Vanish, he's usable.
And a Morgana Black Shield, and is playing into a front to back team comp. And I had other really good augments as well. I don't remember what they were, but I remember feeling like they were stupid.
So we'll put him in B tier.
Throw him in F, please. I don't want anyone to think that you can play Talon in this game mode and get away with it to any degree. I think he's so useless. I think his damage is so nothing. Oh, the only good thing going for him is Axiom Arc. That's it. But even then, most of his damage actually isn't from his ultimate, so it's not that crazy. Yeah, he just sucks. I don't know what to say. He sucks. We literally we got a win with him because we were playing the best comp into the best comps we're going to play into, and I got the best augments. If you don't do that, it's 4th place every game.
So C tier then.
Taric.
He's a tank that heals and has an unkillable ultimate.
I think he's S tier. No,
yeah.
I think he's actually up there with Kayn, Maokai, almost breaking into triple S, but not quite.
That's a bold claim. You're gonna have to explain why.
I think it's the ultimate paired with the E and double melee comps is really good. Playing into double melee comps as well.
Yeah, and you know what?
And that's
Master
very
Yi
common
Taric
in this game.
Exist.
And yeah, Master Yi Taric exists. I think there's other ones too that are Taric Renekton, Taric Riven, Taric Maokai. Like, I mean, basically pair Taric with any of the other S or A+ tier tanky champions, and you're going to be almost unbeatable, right? Like,
yep. All right, argument said. Very, very good.
Oh, hey, look, it's the other one.
Here's the third. Here's number 3. So this one, instead of jumping around the map, just puts 10 mushrooms directly in where mid is, and if you walk into them early, he kills you, and if you walk into him overtime, he kills you.
Yep.
Try to get on him.
Advantage, his big advantage as a staller over like the Heimerdinger Shaco is that is the mushroom bounce thing that they added forever ago, because it means that he actually like at least Shaco Heimerdinger. If you can get to the center first, right, like we've said, you can kind of put yourself in a somewhat advantageous position where they have to try and come into you. Now, that's not usually that hard for them to do, but you can try, right? Teemo doesn't even need to do that. He can just throw shrooms and bounce them over to you. And he's like, great, cool. I couldn't care less that you're standing over there. Like,
get out of that spot, or you're getting hit by this mushroom I just placed.
Yeah. And there's another one right next to you. Like, he's awful. I hate him.
Yeah. Very, very annoying. Plus blind against a lot of the auto-attacking people.
Blind's super good.
Makes it to where the Jax Teemo comp is
being able to be invisible.
Stupid.
For forever. Literally just pick a spot and sit there. It's cool. Yeah.
Thresh. Far better.
A lot better than I thought. Yeah.
Far better than I thought as the Thresh player.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this guy just fucking shit fucking ass. Lantern is
as a
useless.
not Thresh player, I thought he'd be useless still.
I was thinking this is going to be the worst hook by far. Thank goodness Pike is infinitely worse. But tank augments mean he's tanky.
He's actually kind of tanky, yeah.
Yeah. Usually Thresh issue is that when he goes in, he's like, I'm dying for the team. Flail, ult. Hoorah, fucking kamikaze soldier type beat. But in this, he goes in, and then he's like, all right, try to kill me. I dare you. It just doesn't happen. And as a result, the true beauty of him actually having decently short cooldowns at max rank for all of his abilities means he can hook you full combo, and then if anything happens, he does it again in like 4 or 5 seconds, and he just becomes this major nuisance to the point where even if things go terribly wrong for him, like his teammate gets jumped on and he misses every hook under the sun, doesn't happen, I'm godlike. But just in case you suck with Thresh and this happens, you go into overtime with effectively like 75 to 100% HP because you can peel for yourself. If anyone jumps on you, you hit E and walk away and you wait for overtime. And then when overtime hits, you just walk into zone and pull them into it and then flay them further into it and then walk out. And
that being said, in that aspect, he's just worse than Allistar.
Yeah.
But he is still very solid. I think A tier is my.
I
could see an argument for even
argue
A+.
A+.
Yeah, I can see it.
Because I think his peel is
his
on the level of like Braum, but Jesus, he does so much more.
Yeah. I think the only issue with him, even with tank augments, you do actually get. You do actually get like somewhat tanky, but still compared to the true tanky champions in this game mode, it's laughable. Like the difference is so immense. There are champions that get nigh unkillable in this game mode, and Thresh won't get to that.
But he will certainly do a lot more utility-wise, I think, than a lot of the other ones will. Very good. I think he's very, very good.
Yeah. I agree.
Slap him a little bit above.
Triss. Did we play a Triss game?
Yes, we did. And we played against quite a bit of Triss that opened my eyes to how good she actually is with infinite attack
I knew Triss would be good, man. I knew Triss would be busted.
Right, but with the normal, like, I'm building AD, like, Infinity Edge type build. There was that Rageblade Triss that we saw.
Yeah, that really changed my mind.
That really is, like, because she gets a lot of, thinking about it makes sense, but looking at it, even initially, we were like, what the fuck is she building?
What is this damage?
She
like, how is she killing me so fast? Yeah.
But she benefits from both the armor and magic pen, and with no cap on the attack speed, and her Q giving like fucking 100 or some ridiculous ass number of attack speed. She just presses E, and the E explodes within like 0.2 seconds. And now she's just hitting you, like a lot, for a lot of damage. And she has her own self-peel ult, and then she gets her W back again in 0.2 seconds. She does a fuck ton of damage, actually.
Yeah. That being said, I can't see her getting into S tier. I can see A+.
I could see even A+. I would argue that she might be the best ADC that isn't Kai'Sa.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. I think A+ makes a lot of sense. I think the only unfortunate thing for her is she struggles into a lot of the A+ and S tier champs. Again, kind of the Renekton idea though. Like she destroys everyone below her, but kind of struggles with people around or above her.
Right.
But I think she's really good. I don't know. There's not much else to say about it.
Oh.
Trundle.
Mundo.
Kind of the
Yankees-
opposite. I think Trundle's really good into a lot of the high tier champs,
And,
but not that good into a lot of the low tier champs.
Yeah. I think if we're in a world where everyone's playing to win instead of having the fun, please play this game to have fun. Holy shit. I know we're making a tier list. This is fun for us. Please play to have fun in this game mode. You don't ruin my Earth like you don't ruin my 2v2 like you ruin my Earth. But let's be honest, if we were playing in a world where everyone's playing to win, you would see Maokai's and like, Heimerdingers with Maokai's and Tarek, Master Yi's, and then games like that where he can steal your like 9,000 HP and your 500 armor and MR. He's fucking ridiculous and would go like here as like the anti-strat comp. As it stands though, he is good against most of these people.
He's very solid. I think A+.
But you would find more often than not, you're not stealing as much resistances as you was like. You're taking health, but you're not really taking too many resistances.
Another thing I think is a big benefit is he really there's almost no augment in the entire game that's bad for him. Like even just like the AP ones aren't useless because your ult scales off AP. So like it's you can just take any augment in the game and it feels like, oh yeah, that's great for me. Cool. Which is a nice feeling.
Feels very nice. I think he sits very nicely here. Eventually, once we reach the nexus point of like 3 days in, when everyone's like, "Oh, all right, time to get challenger," he becomes infinitely better as a counter stratter.
But he's one of very few people that can deal with Maokai. He can deal with Mundo. He can deal with Poppy. He can maybe deal with Swain. I'm not sure about that one. That's a tough one.
Yeah, Swain doesn't really live off of resistances or health. He lives off of getting all of it back immediately all the time.
Yeah, I don't know. That feels honestly augment dependent.
Yeah. Question mark ping on that one.
But still, the point stands. He's very good against a lot of the broken champions. Tryndamere, worse than I expected.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be really good. I both in the game where you played him and in every other game that I saw him, he felt pretty useless. He felt pretty rough. I think low B, high C. Like he's not unplayable by any means. But
his real issue is that his matchup spread against the higher champs just kind of suck. Because mostly Tryndamere
loses everything.
He's into backline and then he Qs them or Ws them so they can't run away, and then he slaps them like 4 times and they're like, "Oh, I'm squishy. This sucks." But against most of these champions, he goes in front of them and they like punch him. And
they just laugh at him.
Get CC'd, or he gets CC'd,
like,
and then he pops his ultimate, and they're like, "Great, 7 more seconds. You still can't kill me in these 7 seconds."
Yeah. Like I'm just gonna kill you later.
It's not that good. Unfortunately, it doesn't do enough damage to justify all inning with no health. TF, I'll be honest.
Didn't get to play him. Can't see him being good.
Yeah,
I can't see him.
Nobody else played him.
I don't know.
Probably for good reason.
Honestly, he's probably like D or F tier. I think benefit of the doubt put him in C. Because I could see him being C tier, but my gut says one of the most useless champions in the game. Twitch. Oh, it's the other most broken champion. He's so crazy.
I don't know. He's good, but
he's
like
good.
not great.
No. He's yeah.
I think he struggles into tanky comps. He's pretty solid at like cheesing the ones who want to get in on him because his ult gives way too much range. But even still, like he pokes him out, and if he doesn't kill him outright, you can't really do anything in overtime. Yeah.
Once the circle gets too small, you're screwed, and it's hard for you to put yourself in a winning situation before that happens. Udyr looked nuts. The game we played him, it didn't feel that good, but every other game I saw him, he looked crazy.
He looked like a
and I saw multiple different builds where he looked crazy. So I don't remember, like maybe we got bad augments, maybe it was bad matchups, maybe it was a bad pairing. I don't know what happened when we played him, but every other time I saw that champion, he looked really, really stupid.
Good amount of damage, CC immunity, percent magical damage.
Yeah.
I think he has a lot. I think we just got really unlucky, but I think he's really good.
Yeah, I think he's very solid. Urgot, good.
I think he's
Not
good,
great.
not
I
great.
think he's good. Yep. I think A tier,
Be around
solid
here.
A tier.
Maybe below Jace, I think.
Yeah. I would say I would put him right above Draven, but I don't care that much about the hyper specifics. He's somewhere mid A tier. Varus can get very funny with augments. Unfortunately, doesn't do anything into most of the good champions.
Yep. Other champions exist, and he has to get up and close and personal with the Rageblade build if he wants to actually do meaningful damage.
Yeah.
And if he wants to do meaningful damage, he's under a pretty nasty threat. His ultimate does give him kind of like a catch-22. Like, I have one opportunity to kill you in this amount of time. Otherwise, I'm a goner.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I know. Yeah, I think high B tier makes a lot of sense.
Vayne,
another one of the good ADCs. There are definitely. She's really good, mostly because she's just good into most of the good champions.
Mm-hmm.
Also, definitely scales with player skill level. But
I think she fits like Trundle as a hard counter to a lot of the better people.
Yeah. Yep.
Being able to deal percent max health true damage means that she can kill anyone.
Good.
And with most of the people up here being like basically hard tanks or like hyper carries, she's great against the hard tanks, but as a hard counter, she fucking sucks against the other hyper carries because the hyper carries kill her much faster than she kills them.
They just don't care about her. Yeah, they just don't care.
So against like even most of like the bruisers, she does well because going invisible and kiting with tap dancer and ability haste means she feels really good against a lot of these champions. It's just a lot of these champions that make her fucking hate life.
Yep. And she has no options for really those top 5, like any of them.
No,
maybe she can kill Swain.
A single option against
I don't
like
know
this,
if she
this,
kills
and this,
Swain.
and this.
Yeah, the Swain feels entirely dependent on augments again. It's just a question of if she can kill him faster than he heals, and that just depends on the state of the game.
Yep, and who the partner is, I think, more than anything.
Yeah.
Because if the partner can lock down,
the Vayne, she has no chance.
That's raps.
Yeah.
Veigar.
If she's going to be killing Swain, she has to be able to perma hit him.
For sure.
Veigar, better than I expected.
Much better than I expected. He gets so he stacks on his own. He can already do that very well. And then the game just decided giving him stacks was the right thing to do. He gets I'll look at the number.
The pace of the stats seemed stupid.
He's on the opposite side of Nasus. Like, holy shit, why did they give him as much as they gave him?
I don't know, man. It was especially because he can, like, Nasus, not only like Nasus's big problem is that he can't really get any meaningful amount of stacks on his own, right? So you have to like hard force him to scale at a decent pace, and they didn't really do that well.
Yeah,
Veigar can get I think it's the right decision to give him some amount of free stacks, but he can get like a meaningful amount of stacks just from hitting people during fights. And they all on top of that decided to give him just a ridiculous amount of stacks per round. So crazy.
So as the comparison, round 8, Nasus was on round 9. Nasus was at 450. Round 9 for us, 2 people were already dead because we stomped. I was at 329 stacks. I got a free 329 ability power by the time the game was reaching endgame. By this point of the game, it's already fucking over. I'm at full tank. I have 2 actual items, Rod of Ages and Death Cap. I'm at 881 ability power.
So stupid.
With 3, Merc Treads. I'm running, what's the what are they? I don't even know what this item's called. Abyssal Mask, and I'm running Dead Man's Plate.
Yeah.
I'm impossible to kill, and I have 881 ability power.
Yeah.
Dumb as fuck. Absolutely dumb as fuck.
Yeah. I mean,
I would wager like
the
up
most
here.
Surprising S tier in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think all the rest of these S tier chips, but besides Kayn, all the rest, and that's just because I didn't know about the Axie mark.
Yeah, I would also
changes,
argue
right?
I didn't expect Annie
But
to be as annoying as she is.
yeah, maybe I didn't expect Annie to be Esther, but I expected Annie to be like very good in this game mode. And the rest of these champions, I expected to be top tier or near it in this game mode. Veigar I expected to be kind of mid, and he's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely redonkly blankly, and this is not even going into augments. This is before augments.
Yeah, and he has so many good options for augments.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Vel'Koz didn't get to play him.
Can't imagine he's good because he relies on bursting a person down.
The question is, how bad is he?
I'd imagine not terrible. Maybe like here.
Yeah, I can't see him being that terrible.
Below
right?
average, but not terrible.
Yeah. No, I agree. Vex
terrible.
I thought she'd be pretty. I didn't think she'd be like really good, but I thought she'd be kind of middle of the pack. She felt really rough. I don't think she's unplayable. I think she's C tier. I think she's better than D. But
maybe
she's pretty rough. I think her only advantage, she does work well into a lot of the the high mobility champions that are good. Her disadvantage, she doesn't have the damage to actually kill people, or the survivability to not get killed. So
right. Which is a major issue when you have to go in to do that damage.
Yeah.
At the very least, Vel'Koz does his damage, and then it's still on you to get to him. Like she just puts you in front of you, you know? Like it's not good. If you're not killing and then you walk in,
it's pretty rough.
Very bad.
Vi. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean you definitely don't go the assassin build, you go the bruiser build.
No.
Yeah. Bruiser build.
Ult is nice. Ult. Yeah, really nice. One of the hardest counters to Shaco in the game.
But you know, I would say more soft than hard, because if you're going the assassin build, Shaco's partner kills you, and if you're going the bruiser build, you need your teammate to be close enough to
follow up and kill the Shaco without getting feared by 4 boxes.
So a bit of a soft counter more than anything. You just have to hope that you, as the Vi, go through the boxes to give your teammate the space. But it's still something.
Viego, very good.
Also one of the more surprising ones
to be said about him. Yeah, same.
Because his ult doesn't do anything in this mode, which is usually like what he's known for. He just hopes that his team does the ult for him. But he just heals. He presses Q, heals. Tankiness is great on him because he heals.
Really high damage output.
Yeah.
I mean, just good.
% physical damage, and then he heals. Ability haste, so he heals more. He just fucking heals. He's hard. He's good. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's good. Very good champion.
Victor. In the context of the comp we played, so we played Victor Veigar. It was so stupid. That was absolutely insane. In that comp, I felt like a god playing Victor.
Yeah. in that comp, we were standing here, but
but I think Victor gets more from that than Veigar, right? Like Veigar can stand on his own outside of that. I don't think Victor can. I don't think he's bad though, which I honestly expected him to be pretty rough. I think around there.
I don't know if he stacks up to like even Twitch, but I think he's certainly better than like this.
Yeah, no, I agree. Vlad.
Thought he would be better.
Play. Yeah.
We played
some of the Vlads did
I guess
very
they were
funny damage.
But shit though.
No, yeah, most of the time, I think I only saw Vlad 3 or 4 times. Most of the time, I feel like he didn't do anything. I remember one game, maybe he got crazy augments or something, where he would just one-shot people and it was funny. But yeah, I don't know. I think
I actually don't even think he's as good as Victor.
I agree.
I think he's slightly worse than Nico.
I agree. Volley, solid.
Man,
what else do you say?
Big man, tanky, likes tank augments, ability. It's the same story. You'll notice that most of these do the same thing, but slightly different. Funny man who heals and is hard to kill means man probably good.
Yep. Speaking of which,
I'm fucking easily the best of the funny man heals.
I think with the caveat that his damage falls off.
His damage is not
to
as
like
good.
A Viego, you know.
Well, I mean, % magic damage, % max out magic damage.
True, but like, I don't know. I think he's harder to kill, but doesn't kill as well as like a Viego does, right?
Right. And if
Which
we're
would be my
talking, like,
argument to gatekeep him in A+, but I can totally see the argument for S tier. I think he's around there. He's
I
kind of in
think
that Riven
I
kind of
I think
boat.
because he has the flat damage reduction like Allistar has,
Yeah, the flat
even
damage
in the
reduction's
late
really
game
big.
when he's not killing you outright, he's getting to overtime, and if he's
Yeah.
getting to overtime, he
very
becomes
tough.
very impossible to kill unless you have
Yeah.
straight up hard CC that can like
Yep.
chain stun him.
Yep.
Because if he gets his damage reduction off, then he's pressing Q, and now he has the advantage. Which I don't know. I'd probably play some like fucking here.
Wukong. Good.
Kind of an enabler more than anything.
Yeah. No. Yeah. He's good.
He's
He's
good against
unfortunate.
these.
Yeah. He's unfortunate in that he's super good. Wukong famously really good into ranged champions. And there's not a ton of very good ranged champions in this game, so that kind of sucks for him.
Yeah.
That being said, he hard stomps any ranged champion in this game mode, and he's not with the right team, with the right pairing. He can be perfectly fine into a lot of the good melee champions too. So, yeah.
Double knockup is good.
Yeah, double knockup, really big. Zaya, so much better than I thought she'd be. Her damage is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
We saw
I think
Zaya
she's worse than
Rakan.
Vayne, in my opinion. Maybe she's better than Vayne.
Wait, why Vayne? Well, I guess this is like bottom.
She might be better than Vayne actually because of the ults. The ult
I
is really
think
nice.
I think in the comps I've seen her, she's more consistent. I think she has a wider spread of like.
Yeah.
We saw like a Zaya Rakan comp that actually was like impossible.
Yeah, so hard to kill.
To really like slow down.
The Rakan would just play full peel, like he wouldn't really like play engage. He would just stop you from killing the Zaya, and the Zaya would instantly kill you. It was hard.
And then we saw even without Rakan that Zaya can obliterate you if given.
When we played it, we did Zaya Vayne. I was playing the Zaya, and I felt real good. I felt crazy.
So I don't know. I would argue like slightly better. Doesn't have the hard counters that Vayne does, but also doesn't get hard counters like Vayne does.
Yeah, real. Xerath.
Why the fuck would you play this guy? I don't know.
I don't know, man.
His ult is useless. It's exactly on the level of Jhin ult.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know, dude.
Shit,
Sure.
He just doesn't do damage. At the very least, Vel'Koz can like threaten to kill you. I don't think Xerath ever gets to that point.
The only thing Xerath has going for him over other like long range like artillery mages is he has a lot lower cooldowns, especially on his stun, which is nice. But it's just like, is that ever actually going to matter enough? Probably not.
I always say no turret to go back to. Means he just backs himself into a corner, and now you're dealing with a Xerath. He can press E for like a 0.1 stun if you're standing in front of him, which doesn't do anything. He's just borderline unplayable. Yeah.
Xingqiao. Worse than I thought it would be.
All right, still.
Yeah, no, not bad.
Okay.
But I thought he would be really good, like pushing into S tier.
Yeah.
And he's not.
A bit of a fall from grace from that one. Doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
No. Okay damage. Okay, like, with another bruiser.
The knockup is nice. The ult is good in overtime. That's it. Like Yasuo.
Yone.
I think they're both middle.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of like high B tier for both of them.
They're both like here-ish.
I think Yone is nice in that he's less dependent on team comp and mashups than Yasuo is, but I don't think there's a big difference.
Both kind of hand in hand, I think.
Yeah.
Yorick. Have you seen the light yet? Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
He's a lot better than I thought he was.
All right.
I'll admit. No way. No way.
Have you seen the light yet?
There's no way.
I think he has the same exact issue as Annie, but then he puts you in the cage.
Yeah, but the difference is he is so much easier to lock down and kill than Annie. And he doesn't have actual CC. I would say
that's true. He doesn't have
I would
actual
say A+.
CC. That's right. being realistic, probably like year, maybe here.
Yeah, still a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I thought he was going to be absolute dog water, useless, does nothing.
I think he's fucking annoying as shit. He's
Real.
so fucking annoying.
So real.
They gave him the little boys randomly now. They just pop out of nowhere, and you got hit by nothing, and then one random
so
E
annoying.
happens,
It's
and
so
there's now
annoying.
7 little fuckers just slapping you.
So it's so
in this
obnoxious.
fuck ass cage, and then the Wraith is somewhere nearby sapping you.
Yeah.
Awful tier.
The map with the like river, that map, the 2 entrances to like the main circle. It's so easy for him to either wall people out so they can't get in, and then E past, or wall people in that little entrance, that little choke point. I hate it. Yeah. There you go.
Yumi. She be Yumi and all my Yumi till I Yumi.
mean, what do you expect? She's Yumi. Champion got hard nerfed, so she doesn't do a lot. But like, if you're playing her with the solo I just survived champions, like a Mundo, like a Swain, she just helps them not survive, or she just helps them not die for longer. But if you're not playing them with them, you'd rather have an actual champion on your team.
Yeah. She has the unique position of being the only enchanter that is impossible to kill.
Yeah.
If you're standing in, with like a pure tank. And then, now you're looking at it like a Yumi Mundo or like a Yumi Maokai, and you just go, I can't fucking do anything. I can't. Yeah. Under the guise of like those comps, she'd be like fucking standing directly next to him. But like, if you're not in that
then
comp,
without those comps, she's like D tier. So split the difference. A+.
Like, split the difference. Still up here.
Yeah.
Her only downside is that people fucking hate her, so she's gonna get banned anyway.
Real.
Regardless of where she is, it doesn't matter. People just hate her, even if she was awful, like unplayable. People go, I don't give a shit. Me included. I probably still would ban her as well. I just don't want to see her ever in any situation at all anymore.
Yeah.
Still a good champion.
Zach's really good.
He's a tank, and he heals.
He's basically. I mean, he's basically Maokai, but worse. Like, honestly.
Yeah. His cooldowns aren't as consistent.
He has the exact same benefits as Maokai, which is like really tanky, actually has damage, can go demonic to optimize into that. Nearly impossible to kill. But like, he's easier to kill than Maokai. So,
I would say like here, maybe.
Yeah. I would put him a little bit higher, but somewhere around there. Zed. I think Zed is literally F or D tier. I never saw him do anything. He looks so absolutely terribly useless. Pointless to play him. He's just so awful.
Only saving grace for me is that I think the Bruiser one would do more than Akali would, but
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
It's more than Akali, so
yeah, great.
You know where that puts you. Fucking
congrats.
Zeri. This caught both of us off guard, actually.
Yeah, a lot better than I thought.
Zeri being able to have permanent uptime on ult, like Swain.
It's not bad.
It's pretty good if she can keep herself alive, which there's a lot of
that's
things
a big
that
if.
can keep herself alive,
if.
though. She does a lot of damage, I think.
She does do a lot of damage.
I don't think not quite breaks into like A+ tier.
No, I agree. I agree.
Far better than I think people would rightfully give her credit for, even post nerf.
For sure. I thought she was going to be terrible. But yeah, it really is just the fact that you can keep the ult, you can keep stacking up. No attack speed.
No attack speed
really
cap.
Good.
Ha ha ha. My Q's on a 0-second cooldown.
Yeah. Yep. But it's hard to stay alive.
Yeah.
So Ziggs, about as useful as I thought it was going to be, which is to say, pretty useless.
I don't know, fucking.
He sucks, dude.
He can build the Leandries, I guess, which technically would do more damage than Xerath, but Ziggs.
Would it?
Can't keep yourself alive. Your only saving grace is Satchel, and your zone control is 17
not
bombs
useful.
that deal
it's
4 damage each.
It's the thing that like I play a fair amount of Ziggs. I love that champion. He's really fun. This is what Ziggs is good at, right? He's good at 3 things. He's good at farming and shoving waves while being really, really safe, right? That's not helpful. Literally, like, doesn't apply to anything. He's really good at, if you're at an objective first and you have vision control, like having zone control and making it really hard for the enemy team to walk into the objective and contest you. Well, that's nearly useless in this game. And he's really good at actually kind of being a split push mage if you have good vision control. Also doesn't apply to anything in this game mode. So he's just not good. Nothing he does is good. Yeah.
Just fucking put him down there. I think
Yeah.
he deserves it.
No, I think that's very fair, which is very sad for me. I love that champion. His only like at all upside is ulting when the circle gets small, but like you've already lost the round when the circle gets small. Like
That's just a game. That's a game.
yeah.
Zillion,
pretty good.
Would
Pretty
have
good.
guessed that reviving people every 7 seconds and fucking reviving yourself every 7 seconds and then getting ability haste to do that even faster would be pretty good.
Yeah.
His only caveat is that he technically could get locked down. I honestly think that even the few Zillions that we've seen just kind of suck at Zillion.
They just sucked, and it still made him look really good.
Yeah. They didn't comprehend the simple fact that if
they
they're
weren't hitting
running
double
at
bombs
you,
hardly ever. They
double
weren't,
bombs
like,
missed. They
playing and
didn't
kiting
E
back,
themselves
like,
at all.
Yeah. Yeah. One of them took Schaefer, and he had a Tom Kench, so like the Tom Kench would walk forward, and then he would just die. It's like cool.
Yeah. Absolutely threw that around for them. I think that that comp would have been fucking impossible to kill regardless.
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous.
He's really, really crazy good.
Any augment whatsoever kind of pushes him from borderline like this is just Zillion being annoying to I can't kill anything. This is awful.
Yeah. Yep. It's the
Zoe.
same reason I think he's one of the best champions in Earth. You just can't kill people, and that's really hard to deal with.
Run around him and then you press alt and you do it again and you do it again, do it again.
Yep.
And then you do it again.
Yeah. Zoe, better than I expected. Still not good.
Like okay, I don't think she has as much game-changing like effects as even someone like Kennen. But I think she'd sit very nicely maybe around like Ezreal area where poke is good. Like Nidalee, you gotta hit like a spear or a Q or like a bubble, and that feels good. But you're just
real struggle is that like most of the good champions are tanky enough that even if you land that bubble in like a long range Q, you're not doing enough damage to where they can't just afterwards run at you and kill you.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough.
Yeah,
it's
tough for her. Very tough.
Zyra, just worse than Teemo, Shaco, Heimerdinger. The same thing, but just worse.
Yeah, I would honestly think that this still puts her like at a very high tier. So
she's still really good.
She's like beyond good as a solo carry because unlike these three, her unique ability of placing the plants where she wants means that she can just take the fight to you. Like they want the center. She's like, fuck you, the center's mine. And then if you decide to fight her in the center, she presses ult, she presses Anya's, and now you have to deal with like 9 or she gets her. There's a bunch of augments that help with ability haste, which means that her passive is faster and her W is faster. So it multiplicatively gives her more plants. So in the game that we played Zyra, it was Bard Zyra. Let's be honest, bro. You just ulted twice, and that was it. The only reason we got as far as we did is because I was basically impossible to kill, and then I also had 13 plants.
Because?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I was very tanky. First of all, you ulted me twice, and then the Veigar stayed on me for 14 seconds straight. Didn't help after that, did it?
No. Pressed W on you.
Nope. No, it didn't. No. And despite that, I was able to get ultimates that knocked people up, and then they're standing in front of 7 or 8 plants. Yeah. I think she is a huge A+ gatekeeper. Because simply put, I think everyone in A+ and under straight up cannot deal with her. Yep.
I fully agree. I would put her right below Master Yi.
I would say right below Master Yi. Not as we're starting to you have to kill me tier, but she's the sleeper agent in the game. You look at Zyra and you go, oh cool, fucking Zyra, and then you play against her and you're I can't fucking kill her.
Yep.
I can't get
But
near her
again,
with all these plans.
yeah. Yeah, but again, it is just kind of worse than Heimerdinger or
Yeah.
Teemo and Jacko, which is the
Still-
only reason why she's not in the Triple
yeah.
S. But still, really, really good.
Still insanely good, I think.
Yep.
Can carry
Well-
you to, like, you know, challenge her.
Yeah, no, she's dumb. She's really dumb. Yeah,
And
I mean,
let's take one final look.
I
I think this is
mean,
good. So
seems
everything
about
else I
right,
think
yeah.
is pretty ordered, although archetypes.
Man, there's
mean
such a
that-
big difference between A plus and A tier. No,
Yes, I would.
I'm just
fully
looking
agree.
at it, and I'm like, I'm like, man, Morgana's an A plus tier, and Morgana's an A tier, and Riven's an A plus tier. Like, that is a huge difference.
Yeah.
Holy.
I think these, like, the ones who are teetering on this are closer than you would think, but like the top of A and like the top of A
Yeah.
plus and then the top of
A
A are like
It's
completely
massive
different.
difference.
Whereas
It's
top of
it's
A
such a
plus
bigger difference
can
than like the
move
top of
here.
A and the top of B. You know,
Yeah,
like
for sure.
yeah.
But I think I like this. So I want this to be ordered, but you know, archetypes will make it hard to discern which
Yeah.
is better than the other.
I think it's ordered relatively. Like it's you know it's hard to put really specific ordering on champions because there's so many matchups to take into consideration, augments to take into consideration. Also, I mean, we played almost every single champion in the game at least once, but like you know that's still not a great sample size. Like
Yeah, it's still like a lot of
it's hard.
games, but it's more skewed towards like the popular champs. Like we saw Pyke like
Yeah.
maybe fucking 30 games, and then
Yeah.
just didn't see a rise once, and then
Yep.
like you
Which
know,
is why we're so sure Pyke sucks.
yeah, that this is set in stone. This mother, he's
useless.
fucking not. He may move down. I mean,
Yeah, real, so real.
but he's locked in that bottom champ. But like you know, it's just a little bit more skewed than we would like, but still like 100. We played like maybe 100, and like it was a lot of fucking games. Like
I mean, how many
90.
champs were on the list left? Like it was only like 24, 25 champs left, right?
Yeah, it was like not that much, and then we played.
So that
like,
means we
a bunch
played-
off stream.
Yeah, we played a lot.
We played
Yeah,
solo
a lot.
games, so I mean, we had one of the larger sample sizes, I think.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
No, I would be very surprised if anyone else puts out a tier list where they actually even tried to play every champion at least once.
Yeah.
Like I don't think anyone else is doing that. So you know, did what we could.
Yeah, after almost every champion played, this is the tier list. Don't use it.
Yeah,
Play who
for real.
you enjoy.
Just play what's fun. Like I mean, maybe don't play like the.
these. Don't
Yeah,
fucking-
like
don't just-
I'm sorry if you like Akali, so do I. It's tough out here. I don't know what to tell you. But like,
see upwards. You know, fucking
yeah, you can do it. You
Go
can
ahead,
do it.
champ.
Yeah,
the only
especially
thing,
B. B is around where it gets
Oh,
like
yeah.
super playable. You're fine. You can deal with it.
do what you want. The only caveat
Yeah.
is that we just enjoy talking about this, and just in case these motherfuckers are giving you issues, you have something to contend with, like actually trying
Real.
to deal with them. That's
Yeah.
what really this is
Yep.
for.
Just don't play Tarky.
Fuck. God damn it. People are gonna start playing Tarky. Oh shit. I'm gonna see nothing but Tarakis, fucking Kog'Maw Melios,
Bro, it's
Swain
fine, it's fine.
Timos.
we're gonna hit Challenger playing like I don't know. We're gonna hit Challenger playing fucking
I think we just
Jace Rel or some shit.
Like,
Like
Rengar Ivern until someone stops us.
I mean, real. Like actually, so real. I don't know if I could play that many Ivern games before I lose brain cells. But like, Jax Aatrox on our like actually.
Jax, yeah. Do the
Yeah.
Jax build.
Yeah.
You like Jax? I like Aatrox. It works well.
No,
There
yeah,
it is.
there's enough champions that are good enough that are fun. We're chilling. We don't need to be meta slaves.
All right, boys. Good luck out there. Have fun in 2v2. We'll see ya.